I'm Rich Thomason. Just in time for the July 4th holiday, dangerous heat wave has intensified across a large swath of the east and Midwest as well. Didn't cool down much overnight, and dangerously high temperatures and humidity are in the forecast for today. Iran is warning that oil tankers moving through the Strait of Hormuz must use its approved routes or face a forceful response. Vice President Vance remains optimistic about talks regarding the fate of the strait.
Just ensuring that we continue to make the progress on that, and that's what they're focused on. And then, we're going to, obviously, we're worried about the nuclear issue. We're going to start talking about that. So right now the talks are going well. It's still pretty early.
After more than 4 years, Russia's war on Ukraine drags on. The BBC's Sarah Rainsford is in the Ukrainian capital.
There were loud explosions all through the night here in Kiev as the center of the city and other sites came under Russian attack. It began with drones, followed by multiple ballistic and cruise missiles as people rushed for underground shelters or metro stations. Our team counted 10 significant strikes in the first couple of hours and saw large fires in several places. A hotel roof was in flames. Kiev's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko, says an ambulance station was also hit, injuring several medics, and residents were being rescued from damaged buildings.
In the small village of Hamden, southeast Ohio, authorities say 16 children from the same family have been rescued after being held in deplorable conditions, confined to a single room over the past 4 years. Their parents and 2 grandparents charged with felony child endangerment. A daredevil couple has been arrested after scaling the Empire State Building, going to the very top, unfurling a banner about the power of love and peace. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures are mixed. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
Officials in Thailand say an 11-year-old boy has crashed a pickup truck into a group of monks on a pilgrimage walk, killing 8. A total of 35 monks were on the pilgrimage earlier today. 5 monks were killed at the scene. 3 others died at the hospital, according to a local governor. 14 others were hospitalized. Police say the boy is now in custody. The cause of the accident is still under investigation, but authorities say they were told by the monks that they saw the vehicle swerving before it ran off the road and crashed into the group. The Ebola outbreak in eastern Congo has expanded to more than 1,300 confirmed cases and still hasn't peaked. Amid funerals, overwhelmed clinics, and communities struggle with fear and distrust, and life goes on. People gather for World Cup matches, nightlife, and daily routines, but the funeral of a 6-month-old baby serves as a grim reminder that Ebola can affect anyone, and the cost of losing focus is high. Townhall.com. The Tennessee State Museum hoping to bring a beloved attraction back to life.
The Tennessee Foxtrot Carousel was the creation of Nashville-born artist Red Grooms, featuring renderings of figures from Tennessee history, including Chet Atkins and Davy Crockett. The downtown Nashville riverfront attraction, beset by financial problems, was dismantled in 2003 and put into storage. Now, museum officials are trying to find partners to help fund the ride's rehabilitation. Jason Walker reporting.
New Federal Reserve Chair Kevin Warsh is insisting the central bank will remain independent under his watch while looking to fight inflation. When asked about President Trump's desire for lower rates, Warsh underscores the Fed's independence from day-to-day politics. He took over as Fed chairman from Jerome Powell in late May. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
West Virginia Sports Nation gives you a top-of-the-mountain view of the Mountaineers sports landscape. See what's happening in all the sports, far beyond football, basketball, and baseball. Gymnastics, track and field, rowing, swimming and diving, golf, volleyball, tennis. More sports, more stories. If the Mountaineers play the game, WVSportsNation.com has it covered. Up-to-date and insightful articles written by Mountaineers for Mountaineers Nation. WVSportsNation.com. WVSportsNation.com. WVSportsNation.com.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Well, happy Thursday morning, folks. This really does feel like Friday Eve today. Last show of the week for us, at least live. You're listening to the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in Richmond, Virginia. Going to be extraordinarily hot today. A high of 100, supposedly going to feel like about 115. A low tonight of 77, very humid. Right now the temperature is 73 degrees in Central Virginia. The Squirrels lose 7-2 in Harrisburg last night. The two teams will face off again tonight at 6:30. Moving on to the nation's capital. An even warmer high today for D.C., 102. You can only imagine what that's going to feel like. A low tonight of 77, very humid. Right now, the temperature is already 82 degrees in Washington. But hey, the Nats beat the Bo Sox again in Boston last night, 10-2. Atlanta, you're looking at a high of 98 degrees, possible storms, a low tonight of 77, and you guessed it, going to be humid. Right now, the temperature in Georgia, 79 degrees. The Braves topped the Cards yesterday, 5-1. They'll face off again at 7:15 p.m. Nashville, you're looking at a high of 97 with possible storms, a low tonight of 72, definitely some storms. Right now, the temperature is 81 degrees in Middle Tennessee. Philadelphia, matching DC's high of 102, a low tonight of 83. Gosh, humid. And right now, the temperature in eastern Pennsylvania, 81 degrees. The Phils win over my Buccos again. The teams square off one more time today at 12:35 p.m. Morgantown, a high today of 99, a low tonight of 72. You guessed it, going to be humid. Right now, the temperature in, by God, West Virginia, 75 degrees. And last but not least, in the 412, you're looking at a high today of 99, a low of 78 and humid this evening. Right now, the temperature is already 79 degrees in Pittsburgh. As alluded to, the Buccos fell 10-6 last night to the Phillies. What is wrong with Paul Skeens? Should mention also in relation to Philadelphia, Jaylen Brown headed from the Celtics to the Sixers in a blockbuster trade. Boston gets back Paul George and a bunch of picks. And the U.S. won over Bosnia 2-0 for the team's first World Cup knockout round win since 2002. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11, although not this Saturday morning, all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And I'm going to fade down the music for a moment, folks. This is our last show before the 4th of July, and I had a special 4th of July related message for you. I know that many refer to July 4th as Independence Day. That title, though, is insufficient for what the day represents. Just about any country can celebrate some independence movement. The crucial question is independence for what? This is how one finds the greatness and long-standing goodness of America, in her consecration of individual rights. The founding idea of this nation was that an individual deserves to live his life as he sees fit, so long as he doesn't resort to undue force or the threat thereof against his neighbors. By this idea, man ceases to be a pawn and becomes a primary, his own primary. He ceases to be a subject and becomes instead a sovereign over his own existence. America has never quite fulfilled the vision laid out for her, but she has come closer to it than anywhere else on earth. And likewise, while our forefathers weren't perfect, they represented the best that humanity has had to offer. To a man, they were seeking to make the world a freer, more just place than it had ever been. Unlike so many of our leaders today, who wittingly or not, are working to make the world a less free, less just place than it already was. We need more people like our founding brothers, and that starts with understanding the reason for the season here. So please join me in choosing to say not Happy Independence Day, but rather Happy Individual Rights Day. Respect for rights fueled our country's unprecedented advancement in the past, and respect for our rights to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, etc., is the key to our survival and prosperity in the future. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the one, the only, the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everybody.
March 28th, 2026, a nationwide coordinated rally. No kings, they called it.
No tyrant, no false ruler.
Thousands of protests around the country, with the epicenter in St. Paul, Minnesota, featuring Jane Fonda, Joan Baez, Bernie Sanders. From NoKings.org, quote, America has a long history rooted in white supremacy, but our history also clearly shows that people-powered movements are how we end authoritarianism, close quote. Further, each time we show up, we disrupt President Trump's attempts to rule through repression and remind the country and the world that people power is our path to a truly free America, close quote. Yeah, go get 'em, you rascal rabbits.
The threat is white Christian nationalism.
Now gloating how Trump and his white Christian nationalists got it handed to them by the Supreme Court, upholding birthright citizenship, ruling against using the Emergency Powers Act to impose tariffs, and allowing states to count ballots received after Election Day. Up yours, Trump, they say. That'll show you can't be king. Thinking outside the box. To our No Kings rally friends, right, that'll show him and you how a bunch of white Christian men 250 years ago set up the country's country's 3 co-equal branches of government, structurally prohibiting monarchical rule, evidenced by these recent Supreme Court rulings, thus publicly and objectively nullifying the entire premise behind your organization.
Who's the idiot now?
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the social.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
Well, July 3rd, great to be with you. I'm John Fredericks. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Well, Danny boy, we got a full house today. By the way, I loved your narrative. I like that. You should do that once a day. I like that. In between sports, especially when the Astros lose, when I don't want to really hear it. And your narrative, and then we go to Ox. I like that. That's a good little cadence there, Danny.
Yeah, I added a new graphic too for I don't know if you saw that. It was very by Monday good. I'll have one similar for Ox. I ran out of time. I was like, it was like a brainstorm at the last minute. Oh, I should do that.
Well, you did have an Ox thing, but you have a graphic for yourself. But
I'll get one. I
like that Hobgood Minute.
Yeah, a philosophy minute. Yeah,
I like that. I think it's good. I think there's either do the Hobgood Minute in between sports and Ox. I think that's good. I think that's
with everything that's going on right now on the heels of these elections, or at least primary victories for these collectivist totalitarians, and then in the ahead of our 250th birthday, just thought in particular today. We need to have a reminder about what this is all about, and it's more than just independence. It's the substance of why we got independence, what we were fighting for, and it was for individual self-determination. And these Democrat socialists, communists, collectivists, totalitarians.
Well, they're not from here, Dan. They hate the country.
Yeah, they do.
They have no root. Most of these people that are winning are foreigners. I mean, this is the absurdity of this nation. The majority of them, the young lady that won in Denver, I mean, she's from Ethiopia. Omar is from Somalia. I mean, it goes on and on. These people they're not even born here. They have no affiliation to this country, and we're electing the Congress. I mean, there's no other country that can survive doing this.
To your very astute point yesterday, I think it all gets back to academia. And while the people getting elected are from somewhere else, the people voting for them are from here, or a lot of them are. And we in our schools have learned, our government indoctrination centers, as I like to call our public school system, we have learned for generations, really, that America's bad, that the founders were evil people, all of these falsehoods that are totally untrue. Like I said in that narrative, to a man, those folks were all trying to make the world a freer, more just place than it had ever been. And whatever you want to hold against them, you have to hold against everybody else who had ever lived up to that time.
Well, this is the state we're in right now. This is a battle for not only the soul of the country, but it's a battle for survival. Morgan Griffith summed it up yesterday. We lose, you're going to see the downfall of the republic, because that's what they want. And these young people are voting for them in massive. You know, you look at the poll in Maine, this guy Plattner has, you know, abused and beaten up allegedly like virtually every girlfriend he's had. And yet he's leading Collins in the women's vote by 2-1. Like, okay, let's vote for the guy that beats up girls. I mean, it's just insane what is going on, but that's the position that we're in. And there's a lot of work to do. And this is why we're here. And this is your show, your community, your calls, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. So we got a great day today. We got Stephanie Buhaya is going to come with us live. She'll be here at about 7, and she'll be co-hosting with me. So she'll be here, Dan. And then, of course, the DC Dispatch is going to be with us. Don't want to miss that. They'll be here. We'll get out about 10 to 9, and you run some clips, and we'll set up for them. So we're looking forward to that. Ryan will be here. Dan himself is coming up tonight to do a little studio reorganizing. So he'll be here. So we're looking forward to that, Dan. So thanks for coming. And what else is going on? Oil dropped to 67.50 cents a barrel. So it's now under 70, under 69, under 68. It's now 67. Gas prices have not come down commensurate to oil prices, yet they went up immediately. This is the scam, the gouge scam. As soon as the war started, gas went up. When it had oil prices, the barrels hadn't even gone up. We had so much oil and gas in the system that wasn't affected. They jacked your prices up the next day by $1. These jacked them up, knowing they could get away with it. It was basically collusion. And now that the prices are coming down, the gas prices are not commensurate with the drop in oil prices like they did going up. So don't tell me there's a lag, because there was no lag when the prices went up. So these are oil companies gouging Americans. Now, when the communists are out there and they're talking about this stuff, this is the stuff that gains traction, because people know they're getting screwed. They know they're getting screwed by the healthcare companies. They know they're getting screwed by the drug companies. And this is where the communists are gaining traction. And we're not doing enough about it. I mean, they're hijacking our populist movement in a way that's bizarre and evil. And then you got the Supreme Court. We've got what I'm calling now the Roberts Comey Barrett axis of deceit, because that's really what it is. They band together. They determine every outcome in every court case we have. They vote as a block. They never vote differently. They've decided 2 people are going to run the entire judicial branch of the country. They're both frauds. They both feigned conservatism in their interviews. Both of them are libtards, both of them. And so they block the conservatives. And I'm calling it the Roberts Comey Barrett axis of deceit, because that's really what it is. I got a column coming out on that today. Announcements. Best of tomorrow. We are taking the day off. The company is off tomorrow, so there will be no live show. We'll have a best of tomorrow on July the 3rd, celebrating Independence Day. So that's good. Number 2 is there'll be no Godzilla Wins live tomorrow. We're going to be running something else in this place. We are taking the weekend off. So we're not going to have any live shows here from me. I'll be back on Monday on August 17th, which is a little bit of a ways away. My mom Dolly's birthday, by the way, August 17th. That's Monday. Wendy Bell Live will be joining us on our programming across the network. She'll be 10 to noon a.m. Monday to Friday, 10 to noon Eastern, Monday to Friday. Michael Patrick Leahy will be moving from 10 to noon to 3 to 5. And by that time, we'll have our new station in Nashville. We're going to be carrying the Volunteers and the Titans there. Not that this matters to anybody, but if you're in West Virginia, we no longer, starting today, I guess, right, July the 2nd, we no longer are the flagship of West Virginia University sports broadcast. That went to another company that outbid us for the rights, bigger, stronger. And we wish them the best. Everything else with WVU stays. We'll have our same pregame show. We'll have a postgame show on Mondays. We'll have all of our narrative. WV Sports Nation is still there, bigger, stronger, better than ever. So the only thing changes is we're not actually carrying the games across our network. So you'll have to check out if you're trying to find them. But that's fine. Everything else will be there. They'll be playing in Pittsburgh. So if you're in the Pittsburgh market any of those stations, they'll be there. And if you still want to catch them on the app, this is kind of the flaw in the system. You could go to Pittsburgh News Talk, and that's going to be the app, because I think there's restrictions of some apps in West Virginia with the new deal they've got, but I don't have that. It's in Pittsburgh. So you want to get the West Virginia University games wherever you are in the country, nothing changes. Instead of going WV The Torch, just go to Pittsburgh News Talk, download that app, Pittsburgh News Talk, download that app. And Dan, remind Pasqua that, so we don't forget to tell people that, because we'll be playing it there. So we were able to find a system loophole, but it's all good. And it's all good to have you with us, and it's good to be here, and it's good to be looking forward to a couple of days off and seeing Dan. I'm sure Dan will have an adult beverage at some point this weekend before you leave. Even though you don't drink, you can have a Coke. All good, right? I had to have dinner last night with Joe's girlfriend, Ella. What a nice young lady. Soccer player, D1 scholarship soccer player for the University of Maryland, incoming junior, and what a fine young lady. So we enjoyed that last night. That was fun. It's all good. Looking forward to the weekend. A lot of talk about the attendance at the state fair. Well, the attendance will be there when people start coming into town. Right now, it's Washingtonians in 100-degree heat in the middle of the workday. So, like, nobody's going to. I mean, you're not going to get thousands and thousands of people in the middle of a workday in D.C. in 100-degree heat. When people start coming in this weekend, that's when the crowds will build. But if you've not been there, it's fantastic. You got to go check it out. And Washington, D.C. now, under President Trump, the safest, cleanest, most beautiful city in America. You're going to enjoy it here. Come and visit us. If you come into town, text me. Love to have you with us. And you can always text us, 878-256-9062, 878-256-9062, and you are good to go. So President Trump yesterday in the Truth Social calling for his good friend John Thune to act by firing the parliamentarian, which is because he's not going to do, because he's an institutionalist and a traditionalist until the communists take over, and then they hang him from a lamppost in Bismarck. This is the way it works, right? You guys get this. These are useful idiots. The Democratic Party for the communists are useful idiots. And they're going around, I've got so many clips here to play when I get time. They're going around talking about a big tent. It is laughable. The communists have taken their party over. And who do you think is next? Schumer's gone. Rokan is gone. Hakeem Jeffries isn't going to get elected minority leader or leader. These guys are gone. They're not getting it. You're useful idiots being used by the communists. Just like the Roberts, Comey Barrett axis of deceit. You're useful idiots being used by the CCP and the Chinese government. When that ruling came out, they popped the champagne and laughed their ass off. They're like, what country could allow us to fly in pregnant Chinese CCP women, have babies, fly them out? They're American citizens. And when they're 20 years old, we'll send them back to college. They'll infiltrate the country and vote wherever we tell them. It is the most insane thing you can imagine. But this is what the axis of deceit did on the Supreme Court, because they're part of it. When Barrett went through the hearings, she lied. That's all I can say. She's a dead ring liar fraud. The whole thing was feigned. The whole thing was a charade. She's a charlatan and a fraud, trying to position herself as some constitutional Catholic conservative. She's a libtard. And then she joined forces in the axis of deceit, which is what I'm calling it. Hashtag axis of deceit. It's what I'm calling it, between these two people. And so they vote to stop the conservative court at every turn. This is supposed to be a conservative court. We have 6 supposedly conservative justices, 6 out of the 9, appointed by Republicans. And consistently, 2 of them vote as a block. Even if they split 50% of the time, we'd win 50% of these. The ones we're losing 5-4, but they never split. So it's either that Barrett and Roberts decide the fate of the whole U.S. judicial system. And they side with the liberals on anything meaningful. They only side with the conservatives on stuff at the end of the day that doesn't matter, right? How much money is in politics? The Democrats will find a way to get the money. Who cares, right? It seems to go our way. No girls in men's sports. That's a good thing. But it doesn't change the trajectory of the country. Birthright citizenship did. Mail-in ballots in perpetuity did. The things they vote on the liberal side change the direction of the nation forever. And this is why conservatives are up in arms over these two jokers. And that's what they are. I'd like to see them one time prove me wrong and split your vote where it matters, not where it's 8-1 or 7-2. Split your vote where it matters. If Comer, whatever her name is, Comey Barrett was the constitutional conservative she feigned to be, we would have won all these cases 5-4. Screw Roberts, libtard. We'd have won all these cases 5-4. She is the David Souter of our time. And if you don't know who David Souter is, look him up. David Souter, liberal judge in New Hampshire. Nobody heard of the guy. He had no record. Nominated by George H. Bush, supposed to be a conservative. Became one of the most liberal justices we had. This is what we deal with. They nominate liberals, they're liberals. We nominate conservative, they're liberals. Unbelievable. But you know what? We're going to keep fighting and we're going to call them out. Hashtag axis of deceit. Remember this line? I coined it. In fact, I'm writing it down. It's that good. I got a column coming out when I get a chance today. Axis of deceit. Oil, $67. Gas should be $2.25. You get gouged up the butt by oil companies. John Fredericks Media Network. Your calls when I get back. 888-480-JOHN. Truth and clarity right here.
Most people want to have a good day every day. In order to do this, we must start our day with gratitude and keep an attitude of gratitude throughout the day. I offer you my recipe for having a great day and a joyful life. First, start each day being grateful that the Lord has given you another day to serve Him. Roll yourself out of bed, get on your knees, and say a morning prayer of thanksgiving. Ask the Lord to help you throughout the day to do whatever His will is for you. Next, thank God for the little things that make your day better. I thank Him immensely for my morning coffee and for my legs that allow me to take a morning walk. I pray for those who cannot walk because of age, injury, or disability. Throughout the rest of the day, I am grateful for the people God has placed in my life. I thank Him for those who love me, and I pray especially for those who do not love me. Find ways in your day to thank God continually and offer prayers for all those the good Lord has placed in your daily path. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
When you're learning something new, experience matters. At Lifestyles Unlimited, we've spent over 30 years teaching people how real estate investing works and how to build income with a clear, step-by-step strategy. Our program is designed to help you learn what to do, why it works, and how to take action at your own pace. Join today for just $297, a 60% savings off the regular price. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
They're better than we are. We're not good enough. We shouldn't even be thinking about beating this 49ers. We shouldn't be talking about it because the Saints ain't good enough. And you guys shouldn't write about us being a playoff team and all that bullshit. That's malarkey. We ain't good enough to beat those guys, and it was proven out there today. It's that simple. We're not good enough yet. We got a long way to go. We got a lot of work to do. We're close, and close don't mean... And you can put that on TV for me. I'm tired of coming close, and we're going to work off till we ain't close anymore, and it may take some time. We're going to get it done. We aren't in there. We aren't good enough. They're better than us. Black and white, simple fact. Could have, would have, should have is the difference of what I'm talking about. The good teams don't come in and say could have. They get it done. All right? It's that simple. I'm tired of saying could have, should have, would have. That's why we ain't good enough yet, because we're saying could have and they ain't.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Great having the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America. The axis of deceit. Hashtag axis of deceit. I got a column coming out on that when I get around to it a little bit later on today. I just started it when I got up early this morning. I'm fired up. Hey, July 4th coming. Let's get right to the phone lines. Don't forget, I got to keep mentioning this, Dan. We actually got to do an ad. I got to write all this stuff down. I got so much stuff going on that I forget. If I don't write it down, I got all these whiteboards here, Dan. I got to forget all this stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on, but don't forget, all of our shows are podcasted on our YouTube channel, and our YouTube channel is John Fredericks Media, not John Fredericks Radio. That's from 20 years ago. There's nothing there. So you try to go there, you're not going to find anything. Go to John Fredericks Media Network, and all of them are there. And the thing is, when you call in, you have a phone call, Dan actually puts those up on YouTube. So the caller will be there. What you say will be there. It's on YouTube every day with your first name and state, and you can download that. You can share it with your friends. You can get the link, share it out with all your friends and family. So every call that's worthy. Now, some we don't put up, obviously, if there's a bad connection or something. But anything you have to say, unfettered, we put it up, and all of our stuff is on YouTube. Now we're also on Rumble, etc. But the easiest way to get it is go to youtube.com, put in John Fredericks Media Network, and by about 12 o'clock, everything is up there. So Dan does a really good job at that. Okay, phone lines are open. This is your show, your community. I won't be back after today until Monday, so call now or forever hold your peace. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Let's get to John in Monmouth County, New Jersey. John, you're live.
Hey, Johnny, how you doing?
Never better.
You're fired up, baby. Me too. So listen, when we just all have to remember, and it's tough, I get it. you have to take a step back and remember that when you're looking at this polling, it's all fake, completely fake. And when you're looking at the voting in these D20, D30 areas, it's completely fake. You nailed it. These are all foreigners. Now, you have the sickest of the sick voting for these people. They're doing it specifically in these areas that they know that are Democratic strongholds. They understand the Democratic Party. I think they have their head wrapped around if they lose these midterms, that their party is pretty much over and they're going to have to do a complete and total restructuring. So their friends in the propaganda, globalist media, everybody is all in on this thing. I mean, you nail it every single day. I mean, I've never seen it this bad. And the only thing that gives me hope with that, or that gives me a lot of hope, is the fact that they've been doing the exact same playbook since 2016. And the more they go, the worse it is for them. Because people start seeing the ridiculousness and the failure of it. I mean, it's the definition of insanity. Doing the exact same thing over and over and over and expecting something different to happen. I think the Trump team is well aware of this. I mean, we have, some, buffoons like the Tucker. I mean, they just went off the reservation. Tucker Carlson's, we have to deal with them. But, I mean, we got a midterm rally coming up. We're really, I think we're going to be in good shape. We just got to somehow get an honest vote. If we get an honest vote, we'll blow them out. We just can't lose focus on that. We have to keep pushing no matter what. And if we can't get an honest vote, we literally have to have ICE agents standing at the polls, making sure we have to audit everything we can to make sure whatever it is they're doing is as honest as humanly possible. But, that's what's going on. The polls are completely fraudulent. The voting is completely fake. I mean, so we just have to understand that. We're in like a psych op. And that's all I really had my input this morning.
Well, I don't know if it's a psyop or not, but they're winning, and we got to stop them. And in order to stop them, you got to get out and vote, get involved, knock on doors, put ballots in boxes, maps, ballots in boxes. That's it. I mean, that's all that matters now. Ballots, boxes, and maps. That's it. And so when we have a chance to change maps, and we don't change them because we want to be rooted in some kind of tradition, like, look at us, high and mighty, holier than thou. We want to do the right thing and protect these districts because, it's not the right thing to do in the middle of the census. And then they cut your head off and put it on a stake, piss on it, and laugh at you. This is how dumb Republicans are. They don't understand the battle they're in. We are in a battle for survival of the nation. And you're worrying about a parliamentarian appointed by Harry Reid 30 years ago. You're an imbecile. I mean, these are our leaders. Nobody wants to fight. I'm sick of not fighting. One man with courage makes a majority. I'm fighting in Washington, D.C. Our party has yet, our chairman, Patrick Mara, has yet to put out one press release on the communist that's going to be mayor. Not one. I put out 5. I have a show. I have a column. I have text going out all over the city. I'm one guy in one ward. My party hasn't done crap. Why? They just want to get along. They're useful idiots. The Democrats laugh at us. We're a joke because we do nothing. And we have a cocktail party at the Capitol Hill Club with, Lauren Boebert. I mean, are you kidding me? Do something. Nah, they're not going to do anything. And this is a microcosm of what's going on in the party all over the country. And that's why we're here to change it. Trump's going to have this big convention September 9th, 10th in Dallas. Yay, I'm going. I'm sure we'll figure it out, how we get there, who gets credentials. That's all coming. But you know what? I don't know. I mean, maybe we should be taking that time and putting ballots in boxes. You know, it's celebrity. It was like Phil Klein said yesterday. You know, we're all in celebrity status here. All they want to do is run the Fox News with the phone in the shoe and all this stuff. You know, run the Fox News, which has no audience of any swing voter. Average age 70. I mean, what? Get out and let's get ballots and let's put them in a box. That's what we need to do. Knock on doors. Klein nailed it yesterday. We don't do all we want to do is go on Newsmax, Fox News, this one, that one. The hell's that do? That doesn't get they get ballots in boxes. We got to change the maps. We have to fight fire with fire. But you're not going to get anybody to show up for you if you don't have the courage of leadership. They won't follow. They won't show up. This is not brain surgery. You know, I told my son yesterday, University of Maryland baseball team, second to last in the Big Ten. Lousy culture. Horrible. Kids didn't want to win, all about themselves, all about their stats, looking for the next opportunity, sulking on the bench if they didn't get the lineup position they wanted. They're batting seventh instead of fifth. You know, they're going to end of the bench and sulk. All that nonsense. Locker room, nobody cares. You can't win. You can't win. Got to change the culture. What did the coach do? 25 of his 35 players are gone. Some left under their own. Majority of them he cut. Didn't matter how good they were. Can't win with them. You got to get somebody else. Play that clip again. Play that one. Can't win with them. So Swope, clean house. Got him out. New team, new culture. Yep, some of the kids maybe aren't as good. I don't know. Some came from JUCO here or there. I don't care. All I know is you want to come in this organization, you want to play baseball the right way, and you want to win games. And it's about the team and not you. You're going to win more games. Even if the talent might not be the same, it doesn't matter. And then you need leaders. You need a couple upperclassmen to lead that effort. No leaders, no followers. You got to lead. And we don't who's other than President Trump, who's our leader? Thune? Now Johnson's doing a super job. What he does with a 2-seat majority is incredible. But we're losing because of John Thune. One guy. Oh, I don't have the votes. Oh, I don't have this. Oh, I don't have that. Oh, I don't have. Oh. Fire the parliamentarian. Hey, you're fired. See, I'm the Senate leader. Or Vance. I'm on his tail now. Walk into the Senate, grab the gavel, fire the parliamentarian, hit the thing on recess, appoint 170 people in 12 hours. Do something. No, instead they do nothing. It's the tradition. Well, when your head is on a stick outside the Communist Manifesto gate with ants crawling in it, what's that going to look like? Because that's what's coming. These people, they're useful idiots, is all they are. And yeah, I'm a little fired up today. It's July 4th is coming up. And half these people getting elected in these primaries hate the country. They hate the country. They hate America. They hate independence. They hate what we stand for. They hate the founding fathers. They hate the foundation. They hate the Constitution. They hate Christians. They hate Catholics. They hate Jews. They get up every day hating. This is what they were taught in school. Who do you hate? This is what's driving this thing. And they're getting elected. Now I get a poll, Fox poll. The mayor of Atlanta Bottoms, who was a catastrophe, has a 5-point lead in the governor's race. It's like, you have got to be kidding me. She was a complete and utter catastrophe as mayor. And now she's got 52 to 47 in the governor's race. Ossoff's ahead by 15 points in Georgia. Iowa, the libtards winning. I mean, this is incredible. Now, these are early polls, and I'm not worried about them. But it shows you right now, it's all The fake news media has dug in. They've dug in like a tick in your skin and you can't get them out. They have dug this thing in. They are determined for us to lose. And right now they're winning the narrative until we change it. John, I'm sorry for that. I got off on a tangent. John, go ahead.
No, you're 1,000% right. I mean, Thune is an absolute disaster. He should understand that you nailed it. Kristi Noem's going to be the new senator of South Dakota.
Damn right.
That's a guarantee, and it won't just be by a few points. That'll be a 50-point landslide.
Yep.
It'll be the most embarrassing loss you'll ever see. The bottom line is, you nailed it with Vance. They just got to start stepping up and being men and leaders. And you're 1,000% right. Now I understand why you play that commercial where you can't win with them. You can't win with them. You can't win with them. With that baseball team analogy, oh my God, you're 1,000% correct. It was my enlightenment of the day. I'm going to walk around like I'm on a cloud now. I feel a little bit better about the world. But
because it takes balls to lead. Like Ann says, you got to have balls and a plan. Balls are fine, but if you have no plan, you get shot in the head on the first hill. You got to have a plan. You got balls and a plan, right? This takes courage. Turning over a Big Ten team, turning over 3/4 of your entire roster. 25 out of the 35 roster, he turned over. This is why I'm such a believer in Coach Matt Swope in Maryland. Yeah, we had a tough season. Yeah, Joe was hurt. I get it. But he said, I can't win with these guys. I can't win. Some of them are going to leave. The rest of them, I'm going to cut. Good luck. You'll get money somewhere else. We got to change the culture. If we don't change this, we are never going to win. It doesn't matter what your talent is. You got guys up there with a guy on second base, down by 2 runs, no outs, not hitting the ball to the right side in the 5th inning to get the guy to third, to get a run, to get within 1. You're not doing that because you're trying to get a hit to pad your stats. You don't give a rat's ass about this team. You got to go. You can't win. You can't win with those kids. You can't win with John Thune. You can't win with Murkowski. You can't win with these people. You can't win. You can't win with them. You need fighters to win. And that's what we got to do. We got to get fighters. They got fighters. They're out there fighting every day. Communists are fighters. The foreigners are fighters. Do you know that yesterday, you know what they had in Northern Virginia? They had a Sharia law march with Islamic flags. The Muslim community, 350 marching down public square with their own flags and their own garb. That's their July 3rd, 2nd celebration, whatever it is. Marching down, they took the town over, they rule it, they elected all their own people. This is what the Muslims have figured out. Put everybody in the same town, you elect council, school board, mayor, you run the town. Did it in Dearborn, they're doing it in Loudoun County. They're not even Americans. They vote because somebody gave them the citizenship. They don't care about us. They want their own system. They're not assimilating. Nobody's assimilating here. They want their own system of government. And we're allowing this to happen. And we're going to turn out to be like England, no country. The ambassador to Estonia said something interesting. He said, Biden gave money to Ukraine not to win the war. He gave money so their defeat would be slower and they could lose with dignity. The hell kind of strategy is that? I mean, that's basically what John Thune is. That's when the light went off. This is what the Republicans in the Senate are doing. Manage decline, lose slower, and lose with dignity so we keep our jobs in the minority. That's what they're doing. John, I got to go. Thank you. You're the best. John, you and Michelle have a super weekend in Monmouth County, New Jersey. God's country, no doubt. Let's get to, let's see what we got here. Line one, Steve in Virginia. Steve, you're live.
Good morning, Chairman Fredericks, and happy impending day of individualism. I love what Dan had to say earlier about the Independence
So
Day.
did you like Dan's little? You like the Dan Hobgood minute?
Absolutely. Yeah, and looking forward to more on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah. Regarding what's been going on with, the Democrat Party and the Republican Party, and, I look at it all as in one way, a failure of creedalism, which, I don't even know what the Republican creed is in some states, but some of these people who get into office that are rhinos, I don't know what they're actually saying they believe in when it comes to the Republican Party. But, the Democrats, the leadership, it's a big tent and they're inviting everybody in kind of, we're going to put up with these people. But, the base, the members of the Democrat Party are really not happy from what I've been seeing as far as letting, like Plattner, with his Nazi sympathies, that to be running. But it occurred to me, I was thinking back, back in the mid '70s when I was in school in Milwaukee County, we had a actual Nazi running for the school board, and it was the Nazi Party of our local area. But the real problem when it comes to communism for me started more back when early 2004, somebody in Washington, D.C. told me that this guy, Barack Obama, was being fast-tracked for the White House, and he was running for Senate, and Alan Keyes actually moved to Illinois to try and stop him from getting his Senate seat, which would give him some kind of...
Right, so bottom line this, Steve. Bottom line this.
Bottom line is that Barack Obama was supported by the new party of Illinois and also the Democrat Party. And the thing is that they were separate at that time. And there was a law that was enacted later to stop any candidates from doing that again, where you're running as, a part for two different parties. By the way, the new party of Illinois is the Communist Party. It doesn't matter what they call themselves. They were the communists. And so Obama got his Senate seat by the Communist Party of Illinois supporting him. And that, then launched him into his presidential bid. But today we've got, a party which, whether it's Republican or Democrat, we're being co-opted by, people just coming in and taking over. You had on the Peach Crew a few weeks ago, a lady, I forget her name, I'm sorry, but she said that the Republican Party in Georgia was being taken over by Democrats. And it's very true, and it's something I've been saying for years about, my own party here. So, yeah, creedalism has failed. Nobody, whether they recite the creed at their monthly meetings, nobody's actually holding to the values that they say.
It's all feign. It's all fake. I mean, Steve, you absolutely nailed it. I got time for one more call. Steve, thanks. Have a good weekend. Cindy in Washington, D.C., go.
Yeah, hey, good morning, John. Land of Washington and Jefferson. I saw that post yesterday about the Muslims marching there in Manassas, the Muhammad Media Center of Virginia. They have a huge mosque there. So they're entitled to practice their religion. But if people don't realize that these shows, these public displays, when you come out and march on American soil with your flag, it's only going to get worse, John. It's only going to get bigger, stronger, and more aggressive. And I'm glad that you brought this up this morning. Sad, because this is the weekend of our celebration of 250 years of independence, of freedom, of this beautiful land. And I hope that people get a chance to go visit a veteran cemetery. My parents are buried in a cemetery in Maryland, and they put up the American flags, as you know. And I hope that people get a chance to go, because you need to see what was sacrificed for this country. And I hope I get a chance to get to Arlington. I know that there's celebrations and in the mall. I get all that, but not really showing us the sacrifices, the beauty and the generosity of the country is being celebrated.
Have a nice weekend. I got to go. I'll be right back. Stephanie Bahia in studio live. Dan, I'll be a couple minutes behind setting her up. Gonna have to run some clips, but I'll be set up in a minute.
Their parents and 2 grandparents are under arrest after 16 children were rescued from horrific conditions in a small house, village of Hamden, southeast Ohio.
This is an intra-family situation. This is not human trafficking. There is nothing to put our other children at risk. This is clearly involved a multi-generational family in a very limited situation.
Benton County Prosecutor William Archer says parents, grandparents charged with felony child endangerment. A couple, a man and a woman, are under arrest. New York police say they climbed to the very top of the Empire State Building and unfurled a banner. Iran threatens a forceful response to any oil tanker not using its approved routes through the Strait of Hormuz. Mediating U.S.-Iran talks, Qatar is reporting some progress.
The plan is to continue discussions after the funeral of Iran's previous supreme leader. That funeral is set to start on Saturday. The discussions focus on ending the war and resolving issues over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran insists on controlling shipping routes and charging fees.
Correspondent Andrew Stewart. At least 17 civilians are dead, hundreds injured. Russian drone and missile strike on Ukraine's capital, Kiev, overnight. After 5 days, earthquake survivors still being rescued from beneath mountains of debris in Venezuela. At the World Cup, the U.S. has whipped Bosnia 2-0, advancing to the round of 16. The Americans keeping their World Cup dreams alive. On Wall Street, Dow futures up 79 points. NASDAQ futures down 113. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
By most accounts, a dire humanitarian situation in Gaza is only growing worse.
Among the patients Gaza is struggling to treat are teenage amputees injured in the war, long-term cancer patients, and those needing specialist surgery. Many have been waiting months for treatment abroad. The World Health Organization says host countries often have specific criteria, with some only taking children, others only patients needing shorter treatments. Patients must also pass multiple security checks, including from Israel, before they can leave Gaza.
That's BBC's Lucy Williamson. The conflict in Gaza has reached day 1,000 since a deadly Hamas-led attack on Israel that triggered the war. Canada set to compete in the Eurovision Song Contest for the first time next year. European Broadcasting Union and Canadian broadcaster CBC announcing Canada will join the contest. Townhall.com. Texas Governor Greg Abbott wants to block new data centers in rural parts of the state.
Abbott made the remarks during a campaign stop in East Texas on Tuesday. He added that this issue dovetails right into fighting for East Texas values. Abbott's push for a prohibition in rural neighborhoods appears to go further than a sweeping regulatory framework he unveiled earlier this month, which called for data centers to add new power generation for the grid, pay for their own infrastructure costs, reuse their own water, and implement measures such as setbacks, among other proposals aimed at limiting the impact on residential communities. Keith Peters, Washington.
The state of New Jersey is set to charge companies whose workers have Medicaid health coverage. Meanwhile, in California, lawmakers there are calling on their state to come up with a plan for doing the very same thing next year. More on these stories, townhall.com.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe.
To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
Well, welcome back to the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming to you live today from Washington, D.C., your nation's capital, the cleanest, most beautiful city in America, thanks to President Donald J. Trump. And yes, it's true. I am your Ward 2 Republican chairman. Great to have you. Joining us in studio in D.C., not on the bus, but right here in the nation's capital, is Heritage Action strategic pollster and also all-around guru of what they're doing there, communications director, Stephanie
Buhaila.
Stephanie, good to have you. It's good to see you again.
Thanks, John.
Eight months, I still can't say your name.
It's fine.
I still can't say Maria's name either. I got her written there. Maria. She's coming in at 9. How do I say it again? Buhaila. There's a hi in there.
There's a hi in
Buhaila.
Yeah.
Danny, when you come up here, be sure and write that on the whiteboard for me. Buhaila. That's good. Anyway.
Yeah, Stephanie, it could be worse. Your last name could be Mebendazole.
Mebendazole.
I still can't say that. They want me to do answers.
That's a wellness company. That's a wellness company drug.
I got to give him to.
I got it on the first try. Let me do the ads. I'll do it.
You want to do that?
I'll do that. Mebendazole.
Do you do voiceovers?
No, but I can. I can do anything.
I'm going to hire you as
I'm a jack
do
of all
some of
trades.
my ads.
I can do whatever I want.
I can't say that either. There's certain things I can't say. But today, I think I'm going to say her name right after 6 months. Maria. Is that it? I say that right, Dan?
You did. Yeah, Maria.
Got her written up there. Maria. Then I got one other one here. Oliverio. I got that out. So I got to figure that out. Anyway, it's good to have you with us today. As always, as we go into the July 4th weekend, Stephanie Buhaila is with us. So, Stephanie, good to have you with us. Got these polls coming out. Fox polls not showing good news, showing that the governor's race in Atlanta's got the disastrous mayor Bottoms up by 5 points for governor, over 50%. I find that shocking. It's got the Democrat liberal governor in Iowa up by 6 there. So every poll you get is showing more bad news for Republicans. I guess I'm the only one that thinks it's going to turn. But what is going on here with communists are winning? And I mean, you look at every poll number, it's just in the tank. Yet the economy is booming. Wages are up. Inflation is getting under control. Gas is down. I don't get what is going on here.
You're not the only one who thinks it's going to change. And it's funny you bring up the Fox poll. So I was actually just going over the crosstabs and the methodology before we went on air. You didn't even know that, but I was prepared for this. So what's interesting about the Fox News poll, Georgia specifically, I haven't dug into Iowa yet. Fox on the Georgia specific one, the margin of error on those is it's not great. It's 4 for Ossoff, and it is 4.5 for. So we'll just say 4 for Democrats, 4.5 for Republicans. So the problem with that is you're not comparing apples to apples, right? So what they're doing is they're taking subgroups and they're trying to measure propensity based on how people feel about these particular candidates. So again, the margin of error is not great. It's fine if you're going to do some internal polling and you want to know where you stand. It's okay. But what's more interesting about that is they did a follow-up question when you dig into the crosstabs about, is your vote more for your candidate or is it against the other party? And so the Ossoff voters are pretty unified. They're pretty clear about, this is who we want. We like him. We know him. And there's name recognition and what have you, which is to be expected for an incumbent. The interesting thing, I believe, is on Collins that folks say it's kind of split. It's not half and half, but it's close. That half of them are voting for Collins because they like him, they know him. The other half are saying it's against the Democrat Party. And I say it all. I say it on your show. I say it everywhere. Angry people vote. And so if you have this many people who are angry and then you bring in the undecideds, I don't think the Democrats have the advantage that the mainstream media is trying to portray. I think as we get closer to the election, you're going to have a lot more people swing over and vote for the Republicans.
Does Collins have a real chance to win?
Yeah, I believe so.
Because now he's down like 12 or something.
Yeah,
What was he down? 10?
Yeah,
12?
It's early. I mean, my goodness, we're a long ways out from November. I live in a very red meat district in Georgia.
Where?
Bryan County.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a no-brainer. The whole Southeast region is going to go for Collins. It's not going to be a problem. They're going to vote for Rick Jackson, which they should. Everybody should go out and vote for Collins and Jackson. It's going to be a pickup seat. We have to get Ossoff out of the Senate.
What is driving the governor's vote there? I mean, Jackson spent all that money. He certainly has a name ID.
Right.
And he's moderate, so it's not like, he's too conservative and turn people off.
Right.
He got a big vote in the Atlanta suburbs. And Mayor Bottoms, who's the Democrat nominee in Georgia, was a catastrophic mayor. I mean, she was a disaster.
Basically
destroyed the city.
Managed the burning of Atlanta.
Yeah.
It
was so bad.
It was an awful place to visit, right? Yeah. And I hate to even say this on air, but dodging, human waste on the sidewalks and just a crime, and you couldn't go anywhere. It was absolutely awful. You go through the airport and you go to collect your baggage, and it's just homeless camps inside of the airport. And so this is the kind of situation that she managed in Atlanta and allowed to continue. Can you imagine this coming to
How is she up by 5 points for governor? I mean, if it was tied, I'd have been shocked. She's up by 5.
Yeah.
She's over 50%.
The Democrat machine, and Warnock is out there spending, all of his time, and the Democrat machine is spending all of their money. They want to hold on to Georgia. They got to get votes out of the suitcase in Fulton County. And so who's going to protect that? Republicans are not going to allow that to continue.
Well, they're in charge now and it continued.
Yeah. Well,
see, that's one of the frustrations.
They are in control. Let's be honest. They are in control.
They control the House. They control the Senate. They control the governorship. They had all 3 constitutional offices, and they still let the cheating go on after they were there and did nothing to stop it.
And that's why Burt Jones lost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. He did nothing.
So it's.
I mean, all this talk about Burt Jones, and and I'm like, okay, well, you guys didn't do anything. When you were lieutenant governor, nothing got done, and we still got the vote cheating and all the fraud. You never cleaned up anything, and now you're wondering why you got beat by Rick Jackson.
Yeah, so Raffensperger couldn't get out of the primary. Burt Jones, lost the runoff. I think it's very clear where the conservative base lands when it comes to the November election. The base is not going to be the issue. So what we need to think about is, what are the independent voters caring about? Mostly right now, what I see is the economy. People are concerned that they can't afford groceries, or they can't pay their light bill, or, me personally, I have, young kids, or not young, but they're adults, young adult kids. My son and his wife would love to buy a home, and I hear it from them all the time. Mom, I don't know if we're ever going to be able to buy a house. And that hurts. Like, as a mom, that hurts. I want them to be able to have that American dream, and to build a family, and to do all of that. And he's not, my son is not alone in that. There's a lot of folks out there who feel that way.
And even though you're working and everything else, both parents working, that's why birth rates are down.
Yes.
Because you got both parents working, trying to figure things out, trying to buy a house. And so they're putting off children. And the more you put it off, obviously, the less you have.
Right. Yeah. It's one of those things, that kind of a taboo thing that we don't like to talk about. We women, we have a clock. We have a biological clock, and no one likes to talk about that. There's going to be a point at which it's going to become very difficult for you to have children.
When did you come to the conclusion that men can't have babies? Because I've been told they can.
That's what I hear on the news. I mean, yeah, birthing parents, right? Like there's birthing and non-birthing parents.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. Okay, let's get to the axis of deceit, which is the Amy Coney Barrett, John Roberts axis on the Supreme Court, voting together virtually 90% of the time, stopping the conservative court, which is kind of what they do in lockstep. Anything that's substantial, that has long-term impact, they vote with the liberals. What is up with that?
It's disappointing. I mean, I don't know how else to say it other than it's disappointing. Chief Justice Roberts has, I think, I can't say betrayed us, because ultimately the Supreme Court is supposed to be nonpartisan. But what we expected from him and what we expected from Amy Coney Barrett has not been delivered upon, we'll say. It's my view, I'm not speaking for Heritage, but it is my view that Amy Coney Barrett was brought in for one purpose, and that was for Dobbs, which we got. Landmark decision. It's debatable with the outcomes of that, how that's going to play out long term, but that's what we wanted, and that's what we got. That was a really good decision, and I think we owe her a lot of gratitude for that decision. Now, as far as other...
But the trade-off, here's the trade-off.
Yeah.
The future of your country, mail-in ballots, birthright citizenship, you traded all that off for one vote. And since that vote, you do realize abortions in the United States are up dramatically.
Exactly.
You do realize that,
and
right?
yes, and that's why I was saying it was
dramatic.
Always going to be a problem if you returned it to states' rights, because now they have the ability to expand abortion if they want to. You have states who have severely restricted it, fantastic, but you have also states and progressives, and if the Democrats, again, get in full control of Georgia, that's one of the first things that they are going to do is they believe in abortion.
They're going to get rid of the heartbeat bill.
Yeah, they believe in abortion up until the point of birth. And if you get them in a room alone, they'll say even after birth.
The person that won the communist primary in Denver, or whatever her name is, the one from Ethiopia, said in one of her remarks, she said, my goal is to see the day where abortions are performed in a church. Okay, I want you to think about that. Like, who would say that? Abortions are performed in a church. Like, what is that? Like a satanic sacrifice? Like, what would lead somebody to say that?
So you have it.
Think about that comment.
Yeah. So I haven't seen it, but I will say you said she's from Ethiopia. Is she Muslim? Is she Christian? Or does
she's
she claim
not
to
a Christian.
Be Christian? Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, the view of abortion in Africa is very different than what we have
Explain.
Here. So it is. It's just a thing, and the death. Yeah, it's just a thing, and death is such an accepted and normal part of life there, because life is hard. Most babies don't survive. Disease, famine. I mean, you name it. When I visited there, it was very heartbreaking to see that when a mother loses a child, even if she wanted the child, that there's almost no mourning. Just because they've become numb to the idea of death. And we cannot allow that in our country, that mindset, that numbness to death to come into our lives and our hearts. We cannot allow that to infiltrate. And so this goes back to, the birthright citizenship and multiculturalism, which does not work. And the fact that people don't come here and assimilate, and there is no pressure to assimilate. They bring with them their thoughts, ideas, beliefs from their country, which we should learn from and study and figure out how we get better. But it doesn't mean we adopt them and agree with them and permit them and become a permissive society, which is what we have become.
Let's get to some phone calls. John Fredericks here with Stephanie Buhaila from the Heritage Foundation, Heritage Action, their chief pollster and chief communications executive for Heritage Action, which I believe with us is going to be the tip of the spear of driving MAGA 2.0.
I'm excited.
You're either going to drive it or it's going to drive you. I want to frame the debate, and I want to be the one that is formulating what MAGA 2.0 is. And that's what I've been focused on now for a year, and no one else has. So I hope you guys will join me in that. Let's get to, let's see what we got here. Rob in New York, line 2, John and Stephanie. It's a John and Stephanie show.
Good morning. I wanted to, before I get into some interesting comments on ACB, because that was an excellent explanation, I wanted just to say one thing. I saw something this morning with Byron Donalds in Florida, and, you know, he raised a tremendous amount of money, and he actually said the most basic, simplest observation about the U.S. Senate: they suck. I thought that was wonderful. But anyway, back to Amy Coney Barrett. One of the interesting things, somebody sent me this a while back, because I've called her Amy Suter for a long time, and my friend of mine sends me this article, and it talks about how the justices vote, on the so-called conservatives, and actually Kavanaugh at times was more to the left than her. But then I kept saying, but there were issues that weren't so consequential for America. So this is an actually interesting observation right here, that yes, she was brought in for Dobbs, and yes, sadly, there are more abortions now post-Dobbs, but she is part of what will lead to the undoing of our republic.
Thank you.
And that is, to me, more important than an abortion.
Thank you.
I mean, and I can't stress how important that point we just heard here on your show. And that's a point that I hope you keep repeating. Excellent observation. It's probably one of the best things I've heard about this.
Is what?
Is what I'm saying, is looking at the context of like, okay, yeah, so she votes some of the right ways, and yes, we got rid of, Roe was overturned, but the damage, the potential damage, I mean, I keep thinking about this every day. We could have future foreigners who hate America, but because they were born here and maybe then left, went back to their countries, think of all those mail-in ballots now that could come in from
They're coming in from China. I mean, here's what they're going to do. They're going to find the state they need to flip, some small state somewhere, or
That's right.
Congressional districts. They're going to plant them all there on paper. That's going to be their address.
That's right.
Then they're going to get mail-in ballots coming from Beijing. I mean, there's no country that can survive and allow this, but yet that's what these people have set up. And so, CCP is laughing. I mean, President Trump was right in his Truth Social. President Xi popped the champagne. They're laughing their ass off. I mean, everybody thinks we're the stupidest country in the history of the globe that allows this. And they did it. The access of deceit. Robertson Barrett did this to screw America because they don't care. And then talking about institutionalism and traditionalism. It is absurd beyond belief what they did. And Trump's right. There's got to be a there's a constitutional amendment, we'll all be dead. It's got to be a legislative solution right now. But same thing. Somebody will pass it in the House. Johnson will pass it with a 2-vote, with the 2-vote majority. He'll pass it by 1 vote. It'll go to Thune and die.
Well, and that's the craziest thing is, like, with Thune, I don't understand this. I mean, I get tradition when, if you're of certain faiths, you want to follow through and, you have your traditions for the holidays, but your enemy, and it's not just your political enemy, it's the enemy of undoing everything in this country, doesn't give a rat's what about tradition. They don't. So we're sitting here, well, it's tradition. We have this with the filibuster or this. Well, it's tradition that we have a parliamentarian. What tradition? That's not even in the U.S. Constitution for a parliamentarian. Not a single voter in America voted for her.
This is our frustration.
He's right. No, he's right. And, thankfully we had Kavanaugh who came in and kind of gave us the way out, right? He said that it violates federal law, and he gave Congress a path to get it done legislatively, which is good. But to Rob's point, Thune won't advance it, and so we have to think about long-term leadership in the Senate and how do we get things done, and not just this, but save and reconciliation and all of these things that we need done that seem to get obstructed. We've sent these people here to do our will, right? To be our representatives, to be our delegates, and they have taken it upon themselves to pat us on our heads collectively and say, "Oh, it's fine. Just sit down. We understand. The big kids, the adults are in the room now, and we're going to take care of this. And don't you worry about it." Well, we are worried about it, and we sent you there. You're the ones who evaluated the issues while you were running a popularity contest to get on a ballot, and we decided you might be trustworthy, and if you violate that trust, we're going to send you back home.
Isn't this something that Republicans should run on in the midterms?
Being trustworthy?
No. Legislative agenda to eliminate birthright citizenship. Is that a winning issue for us?
I haven't polled it, so I hate to
You
come
need
out
to
and
poll
say,
that.
yeah,
You need that would be the poll to talk to Dr. Roberts about, because I'm sure the Heritage Foundation shares our position.
Oh yes, we came out in support of the constitutional amendment, so we're all
so
in.
the problem with the constitutional amendment is we'll all be dead. Okay,
It's going to take a long
we'll all
time.
be dead.
Yep.
Legislation can get passed now. So once you tell Dr. Roberts you want to do a poll, give me credit
Just
for the
march
idea.
right into his office.
Give me credit for the idea. Well, you did the other time. You got it done, right? Yeah, the poll that we had you do on the ballot initiative. They can't say no to you. Just say, look, and then Fredericks will promote it all over the country. And if you do this right, then that can be that's talking about MAGA 2.0, like we're talking about. Then the Heritage Foundation becomes the thought leader of the campaign, making this an issue like we're making the 80% valid ID an issue. You can campaign on getting rid of birthright citizenship legislatively. That's how you guys get ahead of the game.
Yeah, and all these things tied together: birthright, Islamification, election integrity, all of these things right.
I gotta write all this down. So you come here and I'm just giving you all these ideas to lead the meeting. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. We gotta go hear from our sponsors. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Fredericks Media Network.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. We sometimes hear newly married couples discuss their future life as a family. Often this leads to discussions on the number of children they are planning to have. Typically, the number of children ranges from none to 2 or 3. Family life can be planned thanks to birth control and abortion. But the reality is that God has a birth control plan already established for those who love Him and trust in Him. We are called to live a life of chastity according to our state in life. If you are called to a married life, being open to life according to God's plan is a great gift and probably the greatest challenge in today's modern world. It starts by selecting a spouse who puts God and family first. Then, trust in God's birth control plan where parents are open to life and provide a sanctuary of faith for their family. Allow God, the author of life, to plan your family. I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
That's how I feel. Damn sick and tired of getting out rebounded. 25 offensive rebounds. First time we block out, we get called for a damn block out. We're pushing people. Meanwhile, they're on the other court grabbing rebounds, going over the top and grabbing them. We get one offensive rebound, the other we get called for over the back. We don't block out very damn well, and we're not getting called, one or the other. That's where I'm frustrated. That's where my whole frustration comes in, offensive rebounds. The entire thing came down to offensive rebound. They got every stinking offensive rebound, we didn't get one of them. What else do you want to know?
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Here we go.
Okay, you got him back. Good to have you with us. I'm with Stephanie Buhaila. Stephanie is the chief pollster for Heritage Foundation for Heritage Action. Also, their chief spokesperson, communications director. So wearing a dual hat, we're going to try to get her to convince Dr. Roberts, who's head of the Heritage Foundation, to sanction her doing a poll on what the impact of the Republicans campaigning on legislation to get rid of birthright citizenship, how that would look. And that is part of my vision of what is MAGA 2.0, who is formulating it. If we don't drive it, it's going to drive us, and also leads to my frustration about leadership. And I like J.D. Vance. I loved him at the press conference. I love what he's done in the negotiation. But I think going on Fox News every 15 minutes, going on the View is a colossal waste of time. Here's what you need to do. Go to the Senate, grab the gavel them out so you can get 170 recess appointments in one day, then gavel it back in, then tell John Thune, I'm taking over, I'm president of the Senate, fire the parliamentarian, then you're president. That's all I got to do. Doesn't matter what Las Vegas says or what your ads are. If you do that, you're president. But they're not going to do it because we don't do anything. That's the problem. Got one guy, Trump, trying to do it all. Needs people around him to take action. Hey, this segment brought to you by Patriot Mobile and my good friend, Glenn Story. Thank you, Glenn, for all you do. The thing about Patriot Mobile is great rates, great coverage, and they have a BOGO. You know what a BOGO is? Buy one, get one. Not a phone. I got 3 phones. Stephanie, how many phones do I have?
I have 2 phones.
1, 2, 3. I got 3 phones. Why do I have 3 phones? I run my company off these phones because I travel all the time. We own 23 radio stations. I got to be in touch. I got to have coverage. I got to get bars. I got to know what's going on. And I can't be paying an arm and a leg. That's what Patriot Mobile does. Always in touch, always on. And here's what the BOGO is. I get 2 carriers for the price of 1. Let's pay about $49 a month for each phone. Unlimited everything. Coverage is great. I picked AT&T and Verizon. Now, here's what it means. When I'm in D.C., AT&T rules. 5 bars everywhere. As soon as I go to Maryland, not so much. Then I get 2 bars, and then Verizon's 5 bars. But if you don't have Verizon, you got 1.5 bars. Then it switches over automatically. You don't have to do anything. Switches over to Verizon. Wherever you get the bars, it switches over. It's the most brilliant plan in the history of mankind on phones. All you got to, plus activation, $35, promo code Godzilla, free. Like Bernie Sanders, it's free. So all you got to do is go to patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla, tell them you want the BOGO, tell them you want free activation. They'll set everything up over the cloud, takes 15 minutes, done. You don't have to do anything. There's no SIM cards and tweezers. All done. Great rates, great coverage, great service. And if you want to call them, it's even better. 972-PATRIOT. 972-PATRIOT. Guess what? Somebody's going to answer the phone before the 5th ring. Always bet the under. 5 ring, over, under, bet the under. They're going to answer the phone in the 5th ring. Guess what else? They're going to speak English. I know it's a shocker. They're not Indian. They're not going to India. They're going to speak English. You're going to fall off your chair. Just have a chat with them. They'll solve all your problems. They're great people. 972-PATRIOT, promo code Godzilla. 972-PATRIOT, promo code Godzilla. Or go to patriotmobile.com, promo code Godzilla. Everything is there. Best thing that you can possibly do. Save money, better coverage, and better service. And the portion, whatever they make, goes to Christian conservative causes. Biggest no-brainer in the history of man.
Because they love America, right?
Well, that's good.
America.
They love America.
Because they love America. I got to check them out.
Yeah, put that in the ad.
I have terrible coverage in Southeast Georgia.
You get Patriot Mobile, you're good to go. So what you do is wherever you are, you figure out what the 2 best carriers are, and you pick those.
I'm gonna check it out.
Could be like Metro PCS. It could be anything. Just find out what's the best coverage in where you live. The 2 best carriers, you pick those, and you're always good to go. That's the way it works. So thank you. Put Stephanie's thing in the ad, Dan, because I like that. Okay, let's get. By the way, thank you. Let's get to phone calls. Everybody wants to talk to Stephanie. Nobody wants to talk to me. I get it. Let's go to Big Mac in Rich Vegas, Virginia. Big Mac, you're live with John and Stephanie.
Yeah, good morning, Jay, Fred, and Stephanie. Unfortunately, I think Trump has kind of got his foot off the gas, or he's made a wrong turn. I think he's need to do a couple things to get the place, to get that route back going. And I think the number one thing he can do, and this is going to sound crazy at first, he needs to have a major press conference midday Monday and designate the Ku Klux Klan as a terrorist organization. The Southern Poverty Law Center would have to give all their documents to the feds, no questions asked. A great conservative reporter can say, hey, how come Obama didn't make the Ku Klux Klan a terrorist organization? It would spin this country out, especially during the 250th anniversary that they're doing up in D.C. right now. I don't see he's got to lose there. He would maintain, he would get a lot. I think he's actually losing a lot of black conservatives he's won. I think he gets them back the next day. And I think the Mellon ballots ruling by SCOTUS is worse than the birthright citizenship, at least at this moment in time.
Why?
I think that's because they can just they can pinpoint the areas that they have to win and flood fake ballots. It's more of an immediate threat. The birthright citizenship is a huge issue, of course, but the Mellon ballots are a huge threat because they are going to stack the Supreme Court. They're going to get rid of you only need a simple majority to win in the Senate. They're going to take that to get other small gains to when they're in total control like they've done in California. In fact, I remember when I was working for the Federal Bureau of Prisons, I'm retired now. I remember coming home, I had about 13, 14 years in, and in my mailbox, there was a ballot for the union elections. And I said, this is going to be a practice run for the big steal. I remember telling my ex-wife that at the time. And look what's happened. Now, a lot of people are going to say I'm crazy, Jay Fred. Remember, a few years back, I called your show, and I was the first one in America to say the true Russia collusion was on the tarmac at Phoenix International Airport. I called that before anyone in the United States did on your show. But Monday morning, Trump needs to make the Klan a terrorist organization. Remember, Senator Byrd from West Virginia was a Democrat. Watch. This is someone the BOP was part of the Department of Justice. That's the next move he should do. And it could be he doesn't have to go to Congress for that. Anyways, I'm done. Listen to what y'all got to say.
Remind me of the Phoenix airport. I remember the call, but I don't remember the specifics.
Yeah, I used to call your show all the time when I worked a different shift, and I remember calling your show during the Russiagate stuff.
Right.
And they were going so hard at Trump, and John Solomon was doing his good work, and there was this and that, but the media was really going after Trump. And I called your show and I said, look, the BOP is part of the Department of Justice. I said, Jay Fred, I know how they work, man. The real collusion was on the tarmacs at Phoenix International Airport when Comey met with that Attorney General. I forgot her name. That's where they put the stamp. Bill Clinton and all that.
Loretta Lynch.
That's when they put a stamp on it. Yeah, Loretta Lynch. Yes. Yeah, that's what happened then. That's where it was. And every time they had a congressional hearing and they had Comey and McCabe on the stand, they never asked about that. Who was on those planes? Who won everything? They blew it. Republicans always. They don't call the right play when there's 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter. They don't do it. Monday, I'm telling you, Trump declares the Klan a terrorist organization. They will snitch like crazy, and Trump, it will be the greatest PR thing he could ever do. It would make MSNBC and CNN, they would go in a tailspin. Why was it Trump that did this, not Obama? It would be crazy. And do y'all think that the birthright how do y'all feel about the birthright citizenship? Do y'all think that's a bigger threat than the mail-in ballots?
I think they're both equally as egregious. Stephanie?
Yeah.
I think one is more near. Go ahead.
I think, as I mentioned in the break, we have, sort of three things going on. We have the Islamification of America. We have the birthright citizenship or birthplace citizenship, depending on how you want to define it. And then we also have election integrity or Save America, which includes the mail-in ballots. And they're sort of three legs of one stool, right? And so they combine to allow foreign nations to infiltrate and take over our country. It's a national security threat. It's a triple threat. You've got a way to install people who they're born here, but they're raised somewhere else. They're not Americans by culture. They're not Americans. So you can do that. You can install them as leaders. You can manipulate the elections through having no election integrity. And then you can shore that up through the Islamification and the division of Judeo-Christian values in this country, which deceives people and moves them towards communism. And so all of those things combined, I have no problem saying that in 10 to 20 years, this country will be radically different than what we see today unless we do something drastic.
All right. Mac, thank you. I think you're onto something. Thank you. Thank you, dear.
All right.
Mac, you have a good holiday, man. It's good to talk to you. Call in more. Thank you, Mac. Okay, let's get to Dave in Arizona. Dave, you're live with John and Stephanie.
Happy Insurrection Day to both of you guys. You know what today is? Today's July 2nd, so this was the day that they actually started passing around the Declaration of Independence.
That's right.
Which I sat at dinner with somebody yesterday from the UK, and she's like, I call July 4th not Independence Day like you Americans do, you Yanks do. She said, I call it Treason Day because you guys are all traitors. And I said, absolutely. We started an insurrection. We were the original insurrectionists against the crown. So, King George, can you hear me now?
That's good, Dave. Can you hear me now? That's good. That's good. Insurrection.
Yeah. So,
and we started it over.
That's what it is.
3% tax on a bag of tea, which was like a quarter of a penny. That's what it came out to. That's what we started the revolution on. A 3% tax on a box of tea. Unbelievable.
We had enough.
It's like a penny.
Give no quarter to the enemy. No quarter.
No quarter. Unbelievable. And then when you read about the actual historical revolutionary Continental Army, I mean, when you read about that ragtag bunch and some of the things that Washington did, like hung deserters, like they'd catch them and hang them up from a tree right in camp. You'd get up from your tent and you see them hanging there, your own guys. I mean, it was ugly.
It's hardcore.
But that's what he had to do because they didn't have any, they couldn't pay them. They didn't have enough food, so they were deserting. And he'd go with his core of loyalists. They go find him in the woods, bring him back, hang him from a tree in camp.
Absolutely.
So everybody else could see.
Yeah.
You want to desert, you're done. You'll be hanging from that tree, or maybe you take a shot. We win.
Yeah. You know, and you can fast forward. That story carries through in American history. Harriet Tubman carried a gun on the Underground Railroad, and if any of the folks that she was trying to take north tried to leave, she threatened to kill them. I don't think she ever actually had to kill somebody, but she was prepared to do so.
Yeah, because they would expose her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it was tough times back then, no doubt. Thank you, Dave. Anything else? Traders, Dave.
Yeah. Yeah. Please. This is my pin post on Getter. It's what you're talking about with J.D. Vance. He knows the path to the Senate because he was a senator. He walks in as the president of the Senate. Leaderless John Thune has no powers at that point. None, zero. He's one of 100 members. He reports to who? President J.D. Vance, president of the Senate. His first move, the president of the Senate, J.D. Vance's first move is fire the parliamentarian. Full stop. Done and done. Harry Reid's baggage doesn't need to be carried anymore by the feckless, gelded, old, pathetic party. Let's move on. This is MAGA 2.0. The motto should be American citizens first. Not America first, American citizens first. Because we see how the judicial branch and legislative branch coups are cutting the legs out from we the people. And I like your idea about the legislative agenda to fix birthright citizenship. But riddle me this, Batman. What happened when the executive branch didn't enforce the laws on the books from 2021 to 2025? We had the largest human trafficking operation in the history of the world because President Biden puppets administration refused to enforce laws on the books. Now, there's times for that. I love Andrew Jackson. You know, that's an interesting court ruling. Now try to enforce it. That's what he would say all the time to the Supreme Court. Great. I like that ruling. Now you guys go enforce it.
You and
that's
what
what
army?
the executive branches do.
His other line was, you and what army? That's basically it.
Correct.
Well, we're not going to do that.
Last time I checked, Amy Conned Me Barrett didn't have a 9mm strapped to her thigh under her black robe. So if she wants to pretend that she's a weekend warrior soldier and go enforce the law, good luck, Amy Conned Me Barrett, because that's what it is. You're right about her and John Roberts. John Roberts was one of the first digs I did in Twitter when I joined in May of 2020. I think they have another commonality. I think they both have questionable adoptions, and is that the leverage the deep state holds over both of them? Look into that. Have somebody look into that. I did that 6 years ago. It's crazy how time flies. John Roberts has bad adoptions through Brazil of kids from Ireland. That's what the deep state has on him, I think.
Well, I'm not sure the deep state has anything. I just think they're liberals in disguise. And I mean, I'm not going to get to the conspiracy of what somebody has on somebody else. I mean, you adopt a child and give them a life in your home. That's like a great thing. I don't care where the child's from or how they got them. You know, the alternative for that child is death or a very difficult life. And so what a lot of people have to do to go through adoption is not easy in this country. There's a lot of things you have to go through. So I don't think I'm going to go there with you, Dave. And I'm happy that they adopted these children and they're in a loving, caring family that can take care of them and provide them with a good life going forward. On that, Dave, we will thank you for your call. You have a great holiday weekend. You'll be up on YouTube by noon. And I think we're calling it Dave from Virginia, Amy conned me Barrett. It's a great line. Thank you, Dave. Let's get phone lines are jammed. Anthony in Florida, you're on with John and Stephanie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good people.
You're a traitor. According to Dave, you're a traitor.
Yeah, I heard that. Like I said, I'm rolling my eyes, man. The Klan thing. My grandkids don't even know who the Klan is. They're so defunct, And then the last one you just addressed about kids adoptions, and I'm just rolling my eyes, bro. Like I said, I'm just a poor schmuck that works, and I'm sick and tired of. And God bless you, lady, but like I want a wartime concierge. I'm one of those angry MAGA people that work that see that nothing's getting done, and I'm just fed up. I want a 1776 moment. This nation was founded. Now, whenever I address this, everybody rolls their eyes. But everybody can kind of giggle like, yeah, they used to hang and shoot traitors. Well, they used to shoot the British, the real tyrants of the day. Who's the tyrants of the day now? Now when the government is shut down, did they stop taking money out of my check? No. Let's say I've got 2 Supreme Court justices whose job it's not one job. She's supposed to do one thing. No, their job is to protect and defend the Constitution and our rights as citizens. And by God, if the government and politicians can't do their job, we as citizens are supposed to remove you and do it ourselves. By God, I'm fed up. When is somebody going to? I need more John Fredericks. Where are the wartime concierges like John Fredericks? Give me more of this. Your hair should be on fire, lady, sitting next to John. I'm absolutely livid at the lack of action and just the calm casuality of, yeah, well, they really should be doing this, but no. The founding fathers would be tar and feathering me for not doing enough. I'm absolutely apoplectic. Apoplectic. My family, family, friends, they're suffering. They don't have enough food. They don't have enough food. There's not enough money. Food's too high, people. So I know, John, you say you don't see it, but I feel it. There's homeless, and there's people walking around in man jams and trying to shove Sharia law down our face. And then down here at the little level. So, yeah, it's hurting down here. So, yeah, we're pissed. And it grows every day. And the Supreme Court, all they did was not just thumb their nose in us. They shoved a pencil in our eye. Outrageous. Oh.
Well, you're one of the angry voters that Stephanie was alluding to earlier.
Yeah, angry people vote.
Go
Tell
vote.
everybody you know
Tell
to
everybody you
vote.
vote. Look, purpose of the show.
Register voters.
A lot of people might be tuned in saying, why doesn't John just cut this off? I don't do that. Part of our whole concept of this show is to develop a community. And to have a community, you need to let people rant and get it off their chest. Otherwise, you have no value. You have no purpose. Like, what is our purpose? Purpose is to give people a voice and an opportunity to come and share their thoughts. And it's okay to be angry. Like, we get it. So, Anthony, no problem. No problem at all. Good news is, Anthony, I bet Tampa Bay last night, they won again. Thank you. Rays baseball, hot as a pepper. Thanks, Anthony, for being in Tampa. Okay, and inspiring me. Okay, we got more calls when we get back. We got Sean, we got
WJFN.
I'll be right back.
107.7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Port.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. There are various weather advisories, including extreme heat warnings, posted across the east as a dangerous heat wave sends temperatures up into the triple digits. Cooling centers opening their doors in many places, offering some relief from the intense heat and the smothering humidity. Unfurling a banner once they got there, police say a couple climbed to the very top of the Empire State Building atop the antenna mast, more than 1,400 feet above the street. They're under arrest now and face a whole host of charges. A house of horrors in southeast Ohio.
Authorities say 16 children from the same family who were rescued from a rundown home in rural Ohio were living in horrific conditions and confined to just one room over much of the past 4 years. Vinton County Prosecutor William Archer says the case is not a human trafficking case.
This is clearly involved a multi-generational family in a very limited situation.
Investigators say some of the children discovered were unable to speak. The children's parents and 2 grandparents are now charged with felony child endangerment. Sound courtesy WSYX. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Former CIA Director John Brennan is suing the Trump administration.
Brennan is demanding a court order that will require officials to preserve records from investigations targeting him. Brennan filed the lawsuit on Wednesday. He says those records would help him mount a defense on vindictive prosecution grounds in case the Trump administration may indict him in the future. The lawsuit says Brennan is facing separate investigations based in Florida.
Correspondent Andrew Stewart. Russia launching a massive drone and missile attack on Kiev overnight, killing at least 17 civilians, injuring many more. Dow futures up 99 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
With things moving fast to resolve the situation in the Middle East, the headlines may change, but the fundamentals haven't. America's debt continues to climb, and uncertainty still hangs over the global economy. That's why investors continue turning to one asset that has stood the test of time: physical gold and silver. For generations, gold has been viewed as a safe haven asset during periods of geopolitical tension and market volatility. That's why Advantage Gold wants to send you a free gold investment guide valued at $49, plus a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's acclaimed book, Our Dollar, Your Problem, when you call 800-900-8000. Discover why central banks are buying gold, why many Americans are diversifying with precious metals, and how a tax and penalty-free rollover into physical gold and silver may fit into your retirement strategy. Don't wait until the next crisis dominates the headlines. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 right now. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000.
At the World Cup, the U.S. beat Bosnia 2-0, advancing to the round of 16. The Americans keeping their World Cup dreams alive.
Another hurdle cleared for the United States and their coach Mauricio Pochettino. They are riding this wave of momentum. They are backed by such vociferous big crowds at these matches. This one in San Francisco against Bosnia and Herzegovina. And yes, it was comfortable, really. Bosnia and Herzegovina, disappointing showing for them. They were maybe overawed, overwhelmed by the atmosphere in San Francisco. Remember, Bosnia, a side who beat Italy and Wales in the European qualifying playoffs to get here. But the USA comfortably dispatching them in this match, and they march on to the last 16.
The BBC's Joe Linsky. Officials in Thailand say an 11-year-old boy has crashed a pickup truck into a group of monks on a pilgrimage walk, killing 8. Total of 35 were on the pilgrimage earlier today. 5 of the monks died at the scene. 3 others died in a hospital. News and analysis, townhall.com. A Democratic member of Congress is calling for a federal investigation of the rent now, pay later industry.
Representative Maxwell Frost of Florida has sent a letter to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau asking the agency to investigate the companies for potential violations of consumer protection laws. He also wants to know whether landlords are pushing tenants toward those services. The industry allows renters to split monthly payments, but often includes fees. Frost argues those products resemble payday loans and is calling for more in the way of transparency. Bob Wagner reporting.
The new Federal Reserve Chairman Kevin Warsh insisting the central bank will remain independent during his watch while he's looking to fight inflation. When asked about President Trump's often repeated desire for lower interest rates, Warsh underscored the Fed's independence from day-to-day politics. Warsh took over as chairman of the Fed from Jerome Powell in late May. More on these stories, townhall.com.
What if you had a plan to build income outside your job? At Lifestyles Unlimited, you'll learn how people are investing in real estate to grow their income and make smarter financial choices one property at a time. Right now, join us for just $297. That's a savings of $443 off our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
And later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
All right, good to have you back on the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Great to see you here today, as always. Coming to you live in Washington, D.C., Stephanie Wahala is with us. Stephanie is Chief Pollster for Heritage Action. Stephanie also is the Director of Communications, or the VP, some big title, right, of Communications for Heritage Action. She's with us today, and a frequent now co-host of my show, now that she's found my office and knows how to get in. Maria has just graced us with her presence as well. Maria Pickering. Maria, did I say your first name right?
You did.
Unbelievable. See, I got it written down. Maria, right there. See it? Yeah, there it is. Finally, I get her name right after 6 months. Maria's also going to be joining us at our Colonial Downs company outing, I understand. Right, Maria?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Okay, let's get the phone lines again, and we want to take your calls. This is a community. It's July 2nd, so we got big Independence Day coming up. DC Dispatch is going to be following us at or starting at 9 here. So our team's starting to file in as you get a chance to meet them all. So that's going to be a lot of fun as well. And this segment is brought to you by Ponderful Moments and Susie Kelly. And some of her new Ponderful Moments are so inspiring. She's been with us for 15 years, just does a super job. I don't know how she finds the inspiration every month to do these new ones, but the recent one that she has come out with, some of them are so great. And Susie Kelly, just want to thank you for inspiring so many of our fans and listeners over such a long, long period of time. We thank Susie for all she's done. And you can follow Susie in Ponderful Moments at passionatelycatholic.org, passionatelycatholic.org. She was actually going to come on today, but told me that early in the morning, she had a house full of 10 grandkids.
It's a lot.
10. And didn't think that it would be relatively quiet with 10 little grandkids, ages, 6 months to 10 or 12 running around. So she said, this probably wouldn't be the best day for me with all my grandkids. But, and now Anne is thinking about, I've never been to the Vatican. So Anne wants to go to Rome over Christmas.
Oh.
Yeah.
That'll be nice.
Yeah.
That would be beautiful.
Yeah, she wants to go to Rome, go to the Vatican, go to the Catholic Church there on Christmas Eve.
Wow.
Bring Joe, bring Jack. So we're Catholic, but I've never been there. Anne has been there.
And
when she
Christmas
was
Mass
younger.
at the Vatican, that would be.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Wow, that's a
Yeah.
bucket list kind of item, isn't it?
I know. It's like she just came
Yeah.
up with that the other day.
Wow.
Like,
I love that.
here's what we're going to do for Christmas. I want to go to the Vatican. I want you to shit to me. I want you to go there. Obviously, we're Catholic, but she has been there. I have never been there.
Wow.
So yeah, we're back to our
I'll
Catholic
expect
roots.
pictures.
Back to our Catholic roots, I guess. And not a fan of Pope Leo's politics, but I don't care because he should be preaching the gospel. And I go to St. Anne's, which I love. Thank you for turning me on to that, Maria. I love St. Anne's because I get no politics, gospel. That's why I go to church to get the gospel. I don't want politics. I don't want it in church, and I don't want it in sports. Don't want it. So that's why I watch ball games to get us to escape from all this. And I don't want it jammed down my throat on, Pride night at a baseball game. So sick of that stuff. But that's for another day and another dollar. Let's get to the phone lines. Again, go to passionatelycatholic.org for more information. Let's get the phone lines where we've got Tim in Virginia. Tim in Hopewell, Virginia. Tim, you're live with John and Stephanie.
Hello, John. How are you?
Never better, Tim.
Look, these people, thank you. These people are nothing but communists. That they're elected in the Democratic side. They want to take away your lifestyle, your property, everything you own, everything you do. And right now, we have a bunch of disenfranchised moderate Democrats that are left. And we need to reach out to them. Although we agree on nothing, we agree on one thing. Our values and our life and our way of living is non-negotiable. And we need to try to bring those people over to get them to vote for us come November. And the key to this whole thing is going to be the Midwest, the South, and Middle America. And Trump needs to get in those areas and just hammer on about this communism because they're coming. They've already showed their hand. And he needs to hammer that in, day out.
So what do you think we ought to do?
I think, hopefully Trump's getting together. Hopefully they're strategizing. And the message needs to hammer out day in, day out is they're communists, plain and simple, and they're coming after your way of life. They're coming after your guns. They're coming after your freedoms. And he needs to be deployed in rural areas like Virginia, like the South, like the Midwest, Middle America, because that's where this is going to be ground zero.
What did you think of the I don't know what you want to call it, Muslim march, Sharia law march with the flags and all the garb down the center of Manassas? 350 people basically took the city over just before Independence Day. No American flags to be found, all Sharia law flags, Muslim flags, whatever it is they have. What was your as a Virginian, what was your reaction to that?
Oh, I think that's a bunch of crap. And here's the other thing, the message that Trump and the Republicans need to get up. We fought a world war and a Vietnam conflict over these people and their ideologies. And I'm telling you, the Midwest, Middle America, and the South is the place where we're going to send these people back into the rocks they came from. We need to get out in those areas, get the word out, and just hammer them. It's communism. They're coming for your way of life, plain and simple. They've already done it in New York City. They're already seized the property. That rent control garbage, all that's going to do is when the landlords give up the property, the city's going to take it. And what are they going to do with it? They're going to run it to the ground worse than what it is.
Stephanie, what is your reaction to this whole thing? Weigh in.
It's what we talked about during the first hour is that yes, the Marxists, the communists, it requires complete disarmament. It requires chaos. It requires open borders. It requires eliminating birthright citizenship, meaning, you can come here and have a baby and leave and your child's a citizen and you can come back some other time. You can bring back your politics and your ideology with you from China or the Middle East or wherever you're from. And eventually, all of that culminates into the seizure of our government, of our Constitution, of our republic. And eventually we are no longer a representative republic. We are eventually a communist Marxist nation that does the will of people who want nothing more than to accumulate power and to keep citizens under their thumb so that they can retain the power. That's how communism works. If you want a very easy to understand example, that's Cuba, right? Where they are locked in a time warp that from 75 years ago, from their cars to their homes to the products that they use, the clothes that they wear, everything is if you are transported back in time. And all of that is for a reason. It is to amass and accumulate and retain power.
That's it.
That's it.
And that's all they're
Unto
about.
itself.
Right. And that's
no
why
other
they
reason.
want, that's why they want mail out ballots. That's why they want to cheat. That's why
Yes.
they stuff ballots in boxes. I mean, that's the whole thing. They gerrymandered everything. I mean, the Democrats have figured out, but now the problem is the Democratic Party, as we know it, has become the vessel of the communists. They're taking it over. And then the Schumers and the Rocanas and whoever else you might have called the leaders, Warrens, they're now who's full idiots. That's all they are.
They are, and they're vocal about it. It used to be that they would mask it, with flowery words and soften the edges, and we're for the people and workers' rights, and they would cloak it and we're for the unions and we just want people to have a better life, and all of those things sounded really, really great, and it's kind of like how they used to call abortion, reproductive care, or whatever they wanted to call it, that we're not, and we want it to be safe, legal, and rare, and now they're just out there with it, right? Because they've conditioned.
Yeah, it's gone from safe, legal, and rare to my goal is to have abortions performed in church. That's what she said.
Yes,
that's a direct quote from the next Congresswoman coming out of Denver. Like, that is a satanic sacrifice.
Absolutely. And
this is who we're electing to Congress.
And abortion's been around, since humanity, but the roots of abortion in the United States is eugenics, right? And so it is to control.
It's eugenics.
And yes, it is to control and diminish the Black population, which has the highest rate of abortion in the nation by far. It isn't even close. And second of all, to control things, like rates of Down syndrome or birth defects, or even selective sex abortion, which is abhorrent. It just, the idea behind it, I can't even put it into words, which is tough for a communicator, right? And so if we cannot recognize what's happening to amass the power around communism and how all of these things fit together. And it sounds very tinfoil hat and conspiracy theory, but if you put it all on paper, I like to do these exercises where we write a bunch of concepts on sticky notes and stick them on a wall, and then we organize them by thoughts and and what they mean. It's very easy to see how they relate. Very easy.
No question.
No question.
All right, Tim, thank you. You have a wonderful holiday weekend, Tim. Thank you for your thoughts and thank you for the call. Speaking of the communism, here's Mandami yesterday saying, hey, people love communism here in New York City, and we're going to continue to tax the rich until the rich move and they run out of money, and then we'll go to Hochul until she runs out of money, but she'll never run out of money because she can tax everybody in the state and give me the money, and if she doesn't, I'll run a primary candidate against her and she'll lose. That's the threat. That's the army of Mandami. Here he is yesterday, the new Communist Manifesto coming right out of New York City.
Above all else, this budget offers a roadmap for the years to come. This is only the first budget of our administration. Many more will follow, and every budget that follows will build on the principles established here. Honest budgeting, fiscal discipline, transparent government, and an unwavering belief that working people deserve a city hall that delivers for them every single day. We will return to this budget as a reminder of how much more is made possible when we shake off the shackles of the status quo and pursue the transformative change that New Yorkers deserve. That means finding efficiencies, it means cutting waste, and it means taxing the rich. We will return to this budget when we are told, as we so often are, that we must budget with austerity rather than ambition. And we will return to this budget as a model of how to invest in our city, how to place working people at the heart of our political decisions, and how to govern with an enduring commitment to fiscal health and fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
This is the message. Cloaked in
Austerity,
uplifting
right?
and austerity. This is how brilliant this guy is. He cloaks communism in austerity and cutting waste and taxing the rich and giving you things from the rich. This is the way they cloak it. This is the way. And you notice whenever he delivers anything, it's in front of a crowd, right? He's got a backdrop of a crowd behind him, showing the power of these so-called people behind him. This is the brilliance. This is the brilliance of their movement. It's a lie. It's deceptive. It's deceit. But it's the brilliance of their movement, Stephanie.
It's, what country tried this recently? Greece, and they failed. And it's a failed state. Greece is a failed state that has had to be bailed out time and again,
numerous times,
by their European allies. And I have Greek roots. My family, my great grandfather came here from Greece, and it's heartbreaking to me to see the birthplace of democracy just be drowned in communist and socialist ideals. He mentioned fiscal discipline and taxing the rich. I didn't actually hear him promise anything to the people. What I heard Mamdani say is that they were going to tax the rich, that they were going to find efficiencies, and that they were going to exercise fiscal discipline and austerity. So where exactly is all of that money going to go if they're going to tax the rich? Let's assume that they are able to amass these tax dollars. Well, what does that mean? They're just going to give people barely enough to survive, to control them, which is communism and socialism. We're going to give you just enough so that it kills your desire to work. It makes you a subject of the state. It kills your desire, your self-worth, your purpose in life to fulfill whatever God has put in you to do for his creation. I feel like mine is politics and communication. I feel every day fulfilled by the work that I do, and I can't imagine not doing it. There are any number of people out there who are not working and not doing what the Lord set them out to do because they have become so dependent and demoralized by government assistance that they don't see an escape and they don't see the light on the other side.
I mean, you nailed it. I mean, this is what they do, and they're cloaking it in such uplifting terms. It's pretty stunning. It's sick. It's actually sick. So we're going to see how this plays out. The other day he said, crime is down, and I had a caller that is in New York City who called in and said, crime is down because they don't arrest anybody.
There you go.
I mean, that's why it's down, because if you don't arrest anybody, there's no crime reported.
If you're not tracking it,
there's no crime. So there's he said there's the massive, you can't go down the street without getting accosted. There's carjackings, there's muggings, but nobody reports it because the cops don't do anything.
And it's exactly what happened.
So there's no crime.
Yeah, with the federal crime reporting under Biden, is that they didn't track it. They just pretended like it didn't happen, and so then they were able to say,
or they do what they did in Washington,
or
they did what they did in Washington, D.C., which is lie about it and fudge the numbers, and just wipe it off the books and say there's no crime. But then you can't take your wife 2 blocks to go to dinner without taking your life in your hands. So what do you mean crime was down? Certainly wasn't down in my area. Okay, let's go to a quick word from our sponsors. Actually, I tell you what, let's get to Amy in Delaware. We'll get to Amy, and then we'll take a long break because Ryan Hammett is in the house peppering to get all this stuff set up. So let's go to Amy in Delaware. Amy, you're on with John and Stephanie. Happy Independence Day. Amy, you there? No, Amy. Amy in Wilmington?
Hello?
Yes, Amy, go.
Okay. Can you hear?
Yes, Amy,
okay.
go.
I'm calling from a state where Democrat socialists have been running things for over 10 years, so I can tell you what happens. They cloak all kinds of laws with flowery language and have passed things like abortion on demand, and you can't ask where the woman who wants the abortion is from, but everybody has to pay for it. We have to, taxpayers pay for it. We no longer have really the right to have constituent-based legislation. We can't have things passed. It's a one-way. People don't have individual rights anymore. The legislature this year basically took away home rule, that the state can decide on things such as zoning. So this is what's coming to you people. There will be no such thing as individuals anymore. The state will eventually, state or big cities will run every facet of your life, and you will have no say about it. We have to get this business with the ballots taken care of. I don't know how it can be done, but you can't have these massive harvesting organizations basically running elections that you as an individual don't have a voice anymore. And to have any hope of keeping the House and the Senate, you got to get this ballot business, mail-in ballots particularly, taken care of. I don't think there's any more chance of J.D. Vance going into the Senate and firing the parliamentarian than there was of Pence going in and trying to question the 2020 election. It's got to be done somehow from a ground up approach, and I hope Trump uses this midterm convention not as just a rallying point, but to call in those Republican groups that are recalcitrant, like the folks in Southwest Virginia that still are sour grapes over Bob Good, and the folks in upstate New York who are going to stay home because of the way Elise Stefanik was treated. We don't have time for that stuff anymore. We are up against the wall, and it really is now or never. Because once these leftists take control, they will never give it up. You think the riots over, back in 2020 were bad, 2019? That's just a prelude of what's going to go on once the leftists take over. It really is now or never.
Amy, I'm with you. The trilogy of deceit that you mentioned, tell Amy what that is. The three things.
Yeah, so the Islamification of America, election integrity, the Save America Act, and what was the third thing? Birthright citizenship.
They all tie together.
Yes, the three-legged stool that is going to be the downfall of America.
Trilogy of the communist takeover.
Yep.
Right there.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, Amy, thank you for your call. We're going to have a rather long break here. Dan's going to come back with about 10 clips because we got to set up for the DC Dispatch. Ryan Hammett in the house. Unfortunately, all the cameras are packed. So Ryan's got his work cut out for him. But he can do it in 15 minutes when we'll be back. Stay with us. DC Dispatch, 9 o'clock. Jenny Beth Martin chomping at the bit as well. All coming up right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Stay with us.
Is that he's perfectly free. So he created us perfectly free.
Hey, Ryan.
Free to follow him and free to deny him. We have the choice. Our choice, however, has eternal consequences. It is the biggest decision in your life. I'm sure that most of you, if not all of you, want the final elevator ride to go up, not down. How we live on this earth determines our eternal destination, up or down, heaven or hell, and yes, hell is real. God has rules for us to follow in order to be admitted into his heavenly home. Just like the rules you may have for people to enter your home, maybe you do not allow smoking or profane language, God too has rules. There are 10 of them. We are called to obey his rules, not to change them, adapt them, or ignore them. The 10 Commandments guide our entry into eternal life. We must obey his rules in order to enter his heavenly home. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Trying to get our 2 boys ready to carry them to the golf tournament before practice, right? 12 cats live across the road. Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke, so you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, "What are you doing in here, little kitty cat?" By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, "What's going on?" I said, "There's a cat in the house." "Cat in the house?" I said, "Yeah, there's a cat in the house." So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats. We need more dogs.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You know, when I was on Jesse's show back in early May, I warned, I said the Democratic Party we're heading for an orgy of socialism. And now look, and here we are for these things. So these very specific kinds of candidates, you know, these aren't my smears. These are using their own words and their own views and their tweets and the things that they've said and the way they've behaved. And then, of course, you have the king of the dirtbags of P. Hustle up in Maine, you know, roughing up ex-girlfriends and spent a decade on the social media called Kick that's been described as the predator's paradise for why people are on that kinds of platforms. So, as a Democrat, it's entirely appropriate to just call that out.
All right, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Joining us now, this is so wonderful, Education Secretary Linda McMahon, who is re-educating America, and Agriculture Secretary Brookie Rollins, who is redoing the rest of America. It's a phenomenal story, and they're both dear friends from AFPI. Yeah. Let me start with Linda. You are re-educating America. Now, in the break, Brookie said something very interesting. These kids are not being taught to love America.
Right.
And when in the lunch thing that we did, we were talking amongst ourselves, and we were doing the group thing, foreigners coming into the soccer tournament seem to love this country. I won't say more than Americans do, but more than the media reports Americans do. So why can't we love America and freedom? And hold on, wait a second, wait for it. We are endowed by our Creator with the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Absolutely. But those soccer players who are coming in haven't experienced America. Maybe we take ourselves too much for granted, and I think that's unfortunate. We've always had freedom and liberty as we know it in these current generations, but as we're studying it and trying to make our kids really appreciate, civics and our history and what it took to get this country where it is, and then defending it through, 2 world wars and all of that. But, even 9/11 is ancient history, to some folks that are here, and they don't appreciate our country. But I found, when I've been traveling as a Secretary of Education, kids aren't taught in all schools to say the Pledge of Allegiance. They don't have any respect for our flag. They're not taught patriotism, let alone civics. In fact, only about 25% of 8th graders have any kind of appreciation of civics in our country. So we have to do a better job at that, Larry.
We do. And, Brookie, we're going to have to fight this crazy, whatever it is, socialist, communist, anti-Semitic Mondamianism. One of them won last night in Colorado, another one. And you have the usual crazies in Colorado. I mean, we have to fight to preserve our freedom and free enterprise and the values we hold. Now, I know you're running the agriculture department and you're doing the Lord's work and you got egg prices way down. In fact, these companies have to put millions of eggs on the market, so that's good for you. But you're a fighter in the general sense, too.
Right.
We have to fight to defend the freedom.
That's right. President Trump, that we all know and love and have worked with in good days and bad days for a long time, he taught our side how to fight. And he taught our side how to fight just like George Washington, just like Thomas Jefferson, just like Alexander Hamilton, that we have to be willing to sacrifice it all for freedom and for liberty. And I think that's been lost over the last couple of decades until Donald Trump came down that escalator. And listen, when you think about teaching our kids to love America again, this is a society where big media, big corporations, all big government, all of the above have for so long drifted to the left and indoctrinated our youth to hate capitalism, to hate free enterprise, to hate liberty, to hate freedom. The fact that the president won the popular vote, all of the swing states, the fact that 8 out of 10 Americans want a secure border, no matter if they're Republican or Democrat, want education choice, want all of the things. I think if we elevate above, we have a conversation with the American people, I do believe most Americans will fall back in love. We have to.
Linda, it came up in the prior segment with Ben Domenech and Byron Donalds. There's an education effort that's necessary. And, you said earlier, so these kids don't get the Pledge of Allegiance. Can you, as Education Secretary, put that back into their, K through 12?
I think we'd encourage it, encourage governors, encourage state superintendents and all of that, and shame them into it.
Who fights it? Is it the teachers union or who's fighting
it? Well, this one school principal outside of Chicago in Illinois told me, he said, well, in Chicago we had the right to opt out of saying the Pledge of Allegiance by the mayor. I believe it was the mayor. I don't think it was the governor of Illinois. He said, so we opted out. I'm going, oh, my gosh, why would you opt out to say the Pledge of Allegiance? We have to continue to stress how important it is. I think we've just lost sight. And it's also in our big institutions. You were talking about big government and not big institutions, educational institutions. Absolutely, drifting left. When Harvard's own, Crimson Tide says that 3% of the faculty are conservative, we've lost our balance.
Yeah.
Last few moments. This midterm convention idea in Dallas.
In Texas. Here we go.
It's perfect in Texas.
Yes.
But this is a good opportunity for some re-education to talk to the whole country.
That's right.
About Trump's crusade, to make the country prosper and protect it versus this socialist communist crusade.
That's exactly right. And when you look at all of the things that have gotten done in the first 18 months, by the time we get to Dallas this fall, the wins for the American people are real. The returning to our founding vision is real. I mean, we're gonna have that platform to talk to America and the world.
Linda McMahon, Brooke Rollins, it doesn't get.
Well, folks, I'm going to jump on the mic here. Obviously, this is Dan filling in for John while John gets set up with the D.C. Dispatch. John tells me all the time, you're the executive producer of the show. Execute. All right, well, I'm going to execute. I'm going to get to our guest, none other than Jenny Beth Martin, who joins us from Tea Party Patriots. If I can try to minimize me and get you on there, Jenny Beth. Jenny Beth, how are you doing this morning?
I am great. Thanks so much for having me on, and happy America 250.
Yeah, as I was saying before the show in my my Dan Hobgood Minute, I say Happy Individual Rights Day, not Happy Independence Day, because what was independence for? That's the question, and it was for our rights, and I'm pleased to say that, and I think we all ought to say that, and maybe if we say Happy Individual Rights Day, we'll take a first step toward pushing back against what we're seeing of late with these collectivist candidates getting into office, or at least winning primaries so as to get into office, but. Speaking of that, what is your analysis based on what's happened in the last week with regard to these candidates? What's your reaction?
Well, first, I think your comments are spot on. It's individual rights, and we don't live in a collective, and also our rights. We're celebrating that our rights, that we acknowledge that our rights come from our Creator. They're God-given rights. We're born with these rights. They don't come from the government. The government doesn't bestow them on us. The government's responsibility and mission is supposed to be to protect those rights. That's what the Declaration of Independence says. And I think that as we look at the elections that have happened over the last week or so, and throughout this primary season, as we are watching socialist and outright Marxist, in other words, communists, get elected on the Democrat ticket, they don't understand at all that our rights come from our Creator. They think that the government gives us the rights, that the government can micromanage the rights, and that the government can collectively work to somehow create a utopia. What they don't understand is that everywhere that has ever been tried in the history of the world, it fails every single time. And everywhere they try it in America, it will also fail. It doesn't work. And I think that as we head into November, we have to remind Americans and educate Americans, especially if they're 25, 26, maybe even 30 years old and younger, what it means to be an American, where our rights come from, and how when we do celebrate the individual rights that you were just talking about and protect those rights and allow people to be free as long as they are not infringing on the rights of other people, our country will flourish, and they will flourish in their own lives as well.
Well, I'll let the big man and Stephanie take back over. I think they're ready to go. Take it away, folks.
No, Stephanie, I mean, you heard what Jenny Beth Martin said. I mean, obviously, this big thing is here we are on Independence Day celebrating the birth of this country, 250 years, and basically we're in the middle of a communist takeover.
Right.
I mean, you can never see this coming. And then the number of people that won't come to Washington and don't want to celebrate because they hate Trump. What this got nothing to do with the foundation of this nation?
Absolutely nothing to do with it. I've seen stories from different state booths over at the State Fair on the Mall that they refused to even put any effort or staff their booths. It was just an
they wouldn't even
space.
staff them.
Right. It's unbelievable. John Fetterman he's a leftist. I mean, Fetterman's a leftist, but to his credit, he loves this country and he's a patriot, and he stepped up and he decided to do the bipartisan thing and represent his state over on the Mall. I wish other states would do that as well. But where our politicians failed, and in the true spirit of America, American corporations stood up and in defense of our nation and came and sponsored those booths. So very happy to see that happen.
Jenny Beth, is this going to backfire on the communist movement? That people are seeing that they basically are dissing, for a better word, or mocking our 250th birthday. Is this going to backfire, or are we in a country now where nobody really believes in what we're doing or why we're here?
I think that there are people who don't understand why we're here and what we're doing. And I think that a lot of that comes from what we've seen happening in our education system. And a lot of that comes from the fact that we've had just massive amounts of immigration happening in this country without actual assimilation. And both of those combined are creating the perfect scenario for the Marxist attempt to take over our country. I think that first, let me just say something about the Great America State Fair. The Great American State Fair. I went to the opening ceremony last Wednesday, and I went to the first day as it opened on Thursday. It was absolutely amazing. And I encourage everyone to make time right now, if you can, to get to DC before the fair actually closes. It's similar to what I've seen at state and county fairs throughout my life, but it's not, and it's more a bit like a world fair than what I see at my county and state fairs, at least the ones that I've been to in Georgia. But it really is just quite remarkable, and the states that participated are showcasing the very best of their state, whether they're like Arizona and Florida, showcasing the natural beauty of their state and the reason that people might want to go and visit and tour there, or if it's like Georgia that really showcased what we have done economically and how it's a great state for businesses to thrive and to prosper. Whichever take they took, it really just, those states are amazing. The ones that didn't participate, they really just look foolish. Like you walk in to a booth with their state flag and you go, wow, you didn't think America was worth celebrating? Like, can't you just put your partisan politics aside for just a minute and realize whether we agree on everything or not, we all live in one country and we're celebrating our 250th birthday. Let's celebrate. Let's enjoy that. And then we can go back to partisanship on Monday or Tuesday.
Absolutely, Jenny. And, I think it's worth noting that, it's a privilege and an honor to be here, to be able to celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary. There's just nothing like it. Nothing like being able to be here where our founders stood, in our nation's capital, and celebrate with people from across the entire country who are here, like-minded, who love the history of our nation and want to continue that for the next 250 years.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And I'm going to be celebrating. I'm not going to be in DC. I thought about it, but my kids and I are doing something in Georgia. We wanted to be in our home state. Georgia was one of the original colonies, and we want to be here for America's 250. It doesn't matter where we are. We need to just make sure that as we're celebrating this weekend, that we make it more than just a regular Independence Day or Individual Rights Day, as Dan said. It's more than that. It is a very special, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to celebrate the 250th anniversary of this country. Not many countries get to do that. Not many countries have a constitution. We have the world's oldest constitution. It is an amazing feat, and we should celebrate that. And I'm just so, right now, I'm so proud to be an American. And the people who are not, I hope that, and my hope and prayer for them as we go into this weekend is that they just take a moment and pause and realize that the rights protected in our Constitution, especially in the First Amendment, give them the ability to exercise their voice and to complain and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. So even when they have a problem with our country, they could celebrate the fact that they're allowed, that in this country, you're allowed to exercise those rights. They are not infringed upon. And that is something, if you can't agree on anything else, just agree on the fact that we can agree to disagree, and at least we live in a place where we can do that peacefully and lawfully.
Right. And so let's expand on that just a little bit. So Tea Party Patriots, I know recently sponsored a poll, and you've been doing a lot of work on SAVE to figure out where people's heads are. So, to preserve that history and to move it forward, we obviously have to protect our elections. We have to be able to secure that process. Otherwise, it's going to be taken over by the infiltrators, by the communists, by the socialists who would, just as soon dismantle all of it. So tell me what you've been seeing from the grassroots that you work with, from your polling that you've been looking at. Where are people's heads? What do they want Congress to do on SAVE, on election integrity? What do they want to hear from the president?
Well, this is from polling. It's from what we're hearing from our activists and our list, of course, on social media, and then from my travels. Scott Pressler and I have been to South Dakota, Arizona, Alaska, and Maine together working on the Save America Act. He also has been in Texas and North Carolina, and I've been in California. And then last summer, we did a tour all the way across the country from California to North Carolina and Wisconsin to DC. Everywhere we go, Americans agree with us that only American citizens should be voting in American elections. It is simple. It doesn't matter what your race is, what age you are, how much money you make, whether you're a man or a woman, or whether you're Republican or Democrat or independent, or you just don't know what you are politically. We all understand it should only be Americans voting in our elections. And also we agree that we should have voter ID. So that pulls at over 80% every time, both of those issues. What is very interesting is that we asked in our latest poll whether you wanted the United States Senate to continue working and get this legislation passed before this year's election. And over 65% want that to happen. That, too, is a strong majority of people who want the Senate to get it done right now before our elections this fall. And the fact that we have such weak, spineless people who are supposed to be called leadership in the United States Senate angers people. People are very, very angry. There are ways this could be done, whether it is going back to the talking filibuster, the Mr. Smith goes to Washington style filibuster that we all thought until a few weeks ago still existed in Washington, D.C., whether it is overriding the parliamentarian, firing the parliamentarian, changing the entire filibuster and getting rid of it, or and those options, I don't think we have the votes for those things. Perhaps for the talking filibuster, but for the others, the parliamentarian and nuking the filibuster, I don't think we have the votes for. But what they could be doing is going and talking to their colleagues across the aisle and saying, okay, most Americans want this. What can we do? What will it take to get you to vote for this legislation? What do you need to see passed? I can't believe for the life of me that they passed Elizabeth Warren's housing bill. I can't believe they passed a Marxist Democrat housing bill and they couldn't attach Save America to it. Are you kidding me? Like, that was the perfect opportunity. That legislation obviously got over 60 votes. Why not go and use that opportunity to attach the Save America Act to it? And that's why people are frustrated. They don't have to do the extreme options. You could just negotiate, play a little bit of hardball, make a deal. We've got the president who's the greatest deal maker in the world. Why don't you look at how we used to legislate and do that? And that's why we're frustrated, but we're not giving up, and we continue to work on this and continue to keep pressure on the Senate to pass the Save America Act before they go on their August recess.
Yeah, I think the president obviously agrees with you. You're listening to the John Fredericks radio show. We're talking to Jenny Beth Martin, who is the chairman of Tea Party Patriots Action. I'm Stephanie Buhaila, Senior Director of Communications at Heritage Action, co-hosting with John today, and we are talking about the Save America Act. Jenny, the president has said that he is going to veto everything, including the housing bill, until Save America comes to his desk. Do you think that that's the right move? Is that what needs to happen? Do we need stall out on Washington to get that done?
Well, I think that he should. I agree. He should veto the legislation. He should veto the housing bill. If he's not going to veto the housing bill, I think he's missing a great opportunity and perhaps the very best fulcrum, the very best opportunity for leverage to get the Save America Act passed. So I would recommend that he veto that. And then he has other options. There's going to be something that happens with FISA. Look at that. Look at the National Defense Authorization Act. There are several different opportunities for the Save America Act to be included in legislation that I think we could get 60 votes in the Senate to get it to a final vote. And it might be that the Democrats vote for cloture and then they don't vote for the passage of the final bill. That is something that has happened in many years past. So that is a way they could help advance it without voting for it in the end. But one way or the other, the president has some power here with the veto, and I encourage him to exercise it.
Great. Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah. Thanks, Jenny, for being with us. We will talk to you again soon for sure. I know John needs us to wrap so that we can get to the DC Dispatch, folks. Stay tuned. After the news and after the ads, we will be back with the DC Dispatch. You are listening to the John Fredericks Show. Dan and Stephanie at the helm temporarily while all things get set up. All right, stay tuned, everybody. We will be back shortly.
Great audition for a guest host.
This is WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFV, Portsmouth.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Keep cool. That's the challenge across the east as a punishing heat wave bears down. Temperatures in the triple digits are in the forecast, along with sky-high humidity.
It could break a record. New York City could get to 98 today and 100 tomorrow. AccuWeather says if the thermometer hits 100 degrees in the Big Apple, it will be the first time in 14 years since the summer of 2012. And it's expected to be even hotter across the river in New Jersey, where it could hit 101 in Newark today and 101 on Friday. A heat dome covering about a third of the country, making for a very hot 4th of July weekend. Laura Winters reporting.
And the Midwest has also seen its share of oppressively dangerous heat. In Ukraine, the danger is posed by a storm of Russian drones and missiles.
At least 13 people have died, with scores more injured in Ukraine's capital after a large-scale Russian drone and missile attack. Rescue workers and equipment were deployed to handle the aftermath of the attack, while many residents took shelter at metro stations. Ihor Kimenko, Ukraine's interior minister, said 20 residential buildings were severely damaged or partially destroyed by the strikes. Russia has intensified its attacks on Kiev in recent weeks. The attacks come as Ukrainian drone attacks on Russian military sites and energy facilities has caused fuel shortages and disrupted supply lines inside of Russia. I'm Karen Shemas.
America's employers hired just 57,000 people last month. That's less than half the hiring number in May. Hiring tumbled amid higher inflation as well as turmoil abroad. On Wall Street, ahead of this morning's opening bell, stock futures are higher and Dow futures are up 259 points, while the NASDAQ futures are ahead 151 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions for free. Call now and find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth. Call 800-550-7800. I'm here with spokesman John Wolf. So, John, tell everyone listening who should call right now.
Well, Maria, first off, thank you for having me here. It's always nice to answer the listeners' questions. Now, as far as who should call in, anyone who's been injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, give us a call right now. 800-550-7800. You'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, John. You heard it, folks. Take advantage of this opportunity and call now. 800-550-7800.
Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states. Not available in California.
It's whale watching season in Brazil.
Rio de Janeiro's Guanabara Bay always boasts postcard scenery, but this time of year, add humpback whales. In the 40 years since commercial whaling was halted, their numbers have grown. Biologist Pedro Froisch of the Humpback Whales Project says from 2000 to 1988 to 35,000 last year. The group estimates that's close to the amount before commercial whaling began. And that's prompting a boom for whale watching excursions, especially now during their annual migration. It takes them through Brazilian waters between June and November. I'm Ben Thomas.
Canada is set to compete in the Eurovision Song Contest for the first time next year. The European Broadcasting Union and Canadian broadcaster CBC announcing that Canada will join the contest in Bulgaria May 2027. Townhall.com. One blue state wants to charge employers with workers on Medicaid.
New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill has signed a measure that will make employers pay a fee if they have at least 50 employees on Medicaid. Proponents say it's about fairness because employers benefit from having some lower-income workers with taxpayer-funded health coverage. Fees would start at $325 a year for each employee and top out at $725, depending on how many employees are on Medicaid. Other states, such as California, are considering similar fees. The left-leaning Center on Budget and Policy Priorities says the fees could lead to companies employing fewer people from low-income households. I'm Donna Warder.
The Vatican taking a hardline stance toward a traditionalist society that consecrated bishops without the Pope's consent. The Vatican declares group formerly broke with the Catholic Church and it excommunicated the bishops. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. Have you ever been so hungry that not only is your stomach growling, but you become lightheaded and shaky? Your blood sugar has hit an all-time low. It seems that when this occurs, no amount of food can satisfy this type of hunger. When hunger reaches this level, your normally nice personality may become agitated, impatient, or even angry. You need food and you need it fast. Did you know that our souls need daily nourishment as well? A hungry soul might be inclined to give in to temptations and commit sin without a care about its eternal destiny. When we let our souls grow hungry, we must feed them with prayers, recollection, and sacred scripture. Catholics in the state of grace have the additional benefit of access to feeding our souls with a heavenly food. Only in the Catholic Church is Jesus truly present in every worthy reception of Holy Communion. He is the bread of life. His words, "Come and see." I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man about whom Sean Connery once said, "Now that's a cool cat," John Fredericks.
Well, it's Thursday. Welcome to DC Dispatch. Great to have everybody with us today. I've got the whole gang here, plus Stephanie Buhaya is still with us. Back by popular demand. Just talked her into guest hosting my show. I think we push it up to what now, July 31st or something. But we're going to figure this out. She did such a great job filling in for me in that last segment. In fact, Dan didn't think you would do the outgo, so he stepped all over you doing that, Dan, and she was perfect. So, wow, that was pretty good.
Dan
You've got a
believe in
future.
me.
I know, Dan, you got to believe. Don't throw me under the bus because I told him to do that. But Dan,
I know. My bad.
You got to believe, baby. You got to believe. DC Dispatch here. Well, the gang's all here, starting with former candidate for council and Zoom queen during COVID herself, Maria Pickering. So I got your name there, Maria.
Thank you.
Goodlander made me do that, Maria. So I say your name right. Also, Stephanie Buhaya is with us from the Heritage Foundation. You gave her your title earlier. It was very impressive the way you laid it out there.
As Senior Director of Communications.
You need to speak up so everybody can hear.
Senior Director of Marketing and Communications, but that's way too long.
And
So
polling.
I just shorten it to Communications. It's so much easier.
Also with us, Terry Gilberg, who you all know, longtime radio talk show host and TV host with Salem and with Clear Channel.
Clear Channel and iHeartMedia and CBS.
And CBS. So now here with us on DC Dispatch. And of course, the star of the show, our DC Dispatch stalwart, the vice chair of the Washington, D.C. Republican Party and candidate for chairman in January. My candidate got my 100% backing, and she's going to win. And maybe we'll get some real leadership in the D.C. GOP. Christina Goodlander. Christina, thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me, John.
Cat's out of the bag. Christina's going to run. I'm 100% behind her. We're going to win. So, leaders lead. Followers wear badges and have meetings at the Capitol Hill Club. He's still not put one press release out on Janice Lewis George? Not one, right? Got the chairman of the party in D.C. It's been what? She won 2 weeks ago? Not one. I put out 5 emails, 5 texts. The guy is yet to put out one press release on what they're going to do, what they stand for, how they're going to defeat her, how they're going to fight her. Nothing, zero, zilch. So that's kind of the state of the dilapidated. What did somebody call it earlier? The gelded party. Putrid gelded party. It's kind of what it is. Something like that. Anyway, it's good to have you all here. Let's start with Goodlander on the end. President Trump blasting the communist mayor in waiting. Janice Lewis George put out a Truth Social and then doubled down in one of the Oval Office meetings and basically said he's going to meet with her, but he doesn't have much hope for anything positive to get done. Goodlander, what was your reaction to that?
Look, I think President Trump is absolutely right here. What people don't understand, people think that we're still dealing with normal Democrats because they're used to kind of the mental framework of Mayor Bowser, who we didn't love everything that she did, but fundamentally, she's not a socialist. She actually cared about development. She cares about bringing economic opportunity to our city. Whereas Janice Lewis George is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, which socialist is just a fig leaf, right? These people are actually Marxist. And if you look at their platform, they want to destroy capitalism. They want to destroy what they call the settler colonialism society that we've built, i.e. they want to destroy the United States of America. This is they're part of this international movement that hates Western civilization, that hates our constitutional principles, our democracy, all of these beautiful things that the Patriots fought for 250 years ago that we take for granted. These people want to destroy that. And the DSA is an absolutely toxic organization, and we have to be aggressive. We can't rely on moderate Democrats to control these people anymore. We have to bring the fight to them. And look, it's a disaster that the mayor of our nation's capital is a member of this organization.
The potential mayor.
The potential mayor.
The wannabe mayor.
Well, there's nobody to defeat her. She's going to be the mayor. It's not a wannabe. There's nobody on the ballot. There's no Republican candidate. There's no independent.
To God's ears.
Well, she's going to be the mayor.
Something happens. I don't mean
nothing can happen.
I don't mean that in a negative sense. I just hope that something happens.
Like what?
Something happens. Who knows?
We could have an independent candidate, but look, the Democrats are stuck in this vote blue no matter who nonsense mentality, even when they have an organization that's eating their party from the inside out that wants to destroy everything that even the Democrats say they love.
I mean, it's a long time between now and November. It always is, and things can happen.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and President Trump is absolutely right to push back on this. I don't think he's going to put up with Janice and her cuckoo leftist ideas. So thank goodness that President Trump is taking the initiative and standing up against these awful people, because they're just going to destroy our city. Communism kills, and basically these people are communists. They kill initiative, they kill a good economy. Today's Wall Street Journal celebrates the greatest economy in the world. That's us. That's the United States of America. Inventions that have changed mankind's life for the better. We have so much to celebrate in this country, and the communists are not on board with that. And so President Trump is absolutely right to push back against Janice, and it would be well within his rights to push to pull home rule or to impose a control board such as we had in the 1990s when Mayor Barry was allegedly running things not as well again as the citizens would hope.
But we'd all have him back in a heartbeat now.
Well, yeah,
crack and all.
I'll take a crackhead over a commie.
Yeah, better a crackhead than a commie, exactly.
And he liked women.
And yes, he did.
Yeah, I made a list, John. I made a list when Trump said communist adherent. I made a list of things that he is anti-her, Louis George, and it has to do with her being pro-crime. We can say it in the anti, but let me say it in the pro-sanctuary city, pro-crime, anti-ICE, there's one anti-capital projects, anti-police, anti-prisons, and pro-cashless bail. And I've said it before. They don't have anything to run on. Yes, they're socialists. Yes, they're communists. Yes, they're Marxists. You can say all of that. But what is their platform if they don't do this? If they don't, they're
going to free DC.
I mean, it's all part of what they're putting forward because they don't know where to go except more left, right? They don't know where to go. Where they're going to, it's like a number line, the bell-shaped curve on a number line. Are they going to move more to the right? They can't.
How many signatures do you need in the city for an independent candidate? How many signatures, or what is the deadline? Goodlander knows all this stuff like the back of her hand.
The deadline is, I believe, August 6th. The number of signatures, I believe, for an independent candidate for mayor, you guys talk for a second and I'll pull that up on Board of Elections. I'll get you a real exact number.
What do you think about this?
I talked about this on the radio a month or so ago about, the rise of socialism in DC, which really isn't the rise of socialism in DC because it's been here for a long time, since 1973 when... Was it 73 when Richard Nixon signed away home rule and said, that we can have a mayor, and why Tricky Dick, why did you do that? But he did, and so here we are. But the reality is we can go back. We can reverse course, which is what Trump has talked about. I think he's right about that. I think that we need to turn control of DC back over to Congress. It makes sense. It's supposed to be a sovereign territory of the United States. And right now it is not a sovereign territory of the United States because it is controlled by a political party. And so in its essence, it is not its own sovereign.
Well, now it's going to be controlled by the communists.
Now it is not its own sovereign territory as it exists now. It's under the control again.
So what does he need to do that? Christina Goodlander, what do you need to get rid of home rule? Just a simple majority in both houses?
It's an act of Congress. So you need to get through the Senate. You need to get through the filibuster. So that might be a bit difficult, but a control board might be doable. Because a control board...
Would you need to get that through?
That would need to go through Congress. That's what happened in the 90s when we had our crackhead mayor. President Clinton imposed a control board. Congress approved it because we had a crackhead mayor. Yes.
All right, so the only way you could do that is by getting rid of the filibuster, because the Democrats would never agree to that.
They might agree to a control board.
No, they won't. The Democrats agree to nothing. Right?
You could cut it
down. They want communism. They're going to agree to nothing. Never happened. But if you can get rid of the filibuster, you can get a control board, and you can do it during the lame duck session.
That's a good idea.
Right? And then they'd have to fight to get it back.
Push to do that.
Yeah, I mean, Trump could do that.
You could get Democrats, though, on board for control board. I actually do think that you could make the case to certain Democrats.
Name one. You need right now. You need 7.
Who just signed on this letter that they were going to fight the DSA.
Who was?
13 members of Congress who are Democrats signed
Congress,
this
not Senate.
Right, but the Senate can be reasonable. You cut deals in the Senate. Maybe I'm just wish casting.
You're wish casting. You're dealing with people that are nuts.
John, until we see the effect of Louis George, right? Nothing's going to happen until we see the effect of Louis George. And if she bucks Trump every step of the way, Trump will push for it.
If he holds the majority in both houses,
right?
If he doesn't hold the majority, he can't do anything.
I think she needs to tread lightly.
She won't. She can't.
She won't.
Well, it's going to be a fight because
how many to be an independent candidate? What do you need?
Around 3,000.
Is that hard? Hard to do?
It is hard, but it's doable.
Anybody can sign that, right? Republican, Democrat,
correct. For the general election ballot, anybody can sign. You can just go to the farmers
we got
market.
We got 20,000 registered Republicans in DC, right?
We have close to 30,000.
Really?
Yes, it's close to 30,000, and I forget what the number is for independents, but that's a significant block as well. So 3,000 signatures.
You need 10% of Republicans only, then you get it done.
3,000 signatures should definitely
1%.
Should be
1%.
Should be doable.
Yeah, 1.5% or 3,000, whichever's less.
Right.
Yeah,
just depending on.
Absolutely.
So there's 700,000. There's 700,000 registered voters in DC, right?
No, not quite 700,000.
600.
It's 400,000 700,000 plus change.
Where'd I get 700? Oh, that's how many people live here.
That's maybe how many people
Yeah.
live here, but the
Yeah,
number of
that sounds
registered
right.
voters, and I remember this because there were articles recently about the primary election in which only 31% of the 400 and I forget whether it's 468, 498,000, but that's how many registered voters there are.
481,000.
481. Thank you. Okay.
According to the latest report from the Board of Elections.
And only 31% of those voters turned out for the primary.
Yeah, but that's not the buried lead. That was the highest turnout they've had. That was what
in a
the
primary.
Louis George campaign was saying, is they got the highest turnout ever in a primary ever.
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know.
That's what she said.
I don't know. We'd have to go and look and see what the Board of Elections has turned out. I have tracked these voter statistics in general elections since 1992, and we rarely have, even in presidential election years, rarely have more than 65% voters turn out across the city, which should be a good sign for a strong conservative candidate.
Of course.
If we get a strong candidate with the right message that we need to save our city. We need to free our city from, for example, the Tenley Library looking like the town dump. Okay, we need to free our city from rats and mismanagement. We need to free our city from regulations that are discouraging small businesses and landlords from putting up affordable houses. You know, there's a lot to free the city from.
Also,
okay,
Maria, free MLK Library downtown. It is a dump.
Yes.
Have you been there lately?
No, but I've been to the one in Tenley Circle, which also looks like the town dump. I called
Is that
up
the one by St. Anne's?
Yes, and I called up Councilmember Fruman's office, and his constituent services person told me, "Oh, call the mayor's encampment office." Well, the fact that the city has an encampment office should tell you everything.
What's
This
an
means
encampment
that they have institutionalized homelessness. Okay, why would the mayor's office have a department of encampment? Are you kidding me?
What the hell does that mean?
That means people who are leaving trash in front of Tenley Circle Library and making it look like the town dump and MLK Library, as Terry is pointing out. Our libraries should be places that are welcoming, that encourage community participation and learning, which is what they're supposed to be doing. And we have, you know, one of the best library systems in the world. But when they look like the town dump, who wants to go there? So I'm fussing with our local people about this.
This is what the Republican Party of DC should be doing. What you just said.
Question.
Like, this is what they
No
should be
question.
doing. Like, if Goodlander was chairman, just over that, tomorrow you'd see a press release, her blasting the city encampment for having 2 libraries, which should be showcases of the city, that are filled with trash. Right?
Well,
but
but
yet we have no response. We have no response to
The
that.
outside, the entrances
You would
are
do
filled
that,
with
right?
trash.
Yeah.
Councilmember Fruman's office passed me off to the mayor, and the person.
Did they blow you off?
They blew me off as well. Oh well, we can't. I said, look, Friendship Place, which is a charity that takes care of homeless people, is 2 blocks up the street from Tenley Circle. Okay, and there's the church community. There are many church communities. Why are people not working together to get these mentally ill people off the streets and get the trash out from in front of our libraries?
I can answer
All
that.
right,
So
please
this
do.
is actually something that I've worked extensively on
No, Stephanie.
over the last
weighs
3 or
in. All
4
right, go ahead.
years. So any charity that accepts federal funds up until Executive Order 14321, which Trump issued last year, which is, again, just an executive order. It can be reversed. But if they accept federal funds, they are prohibited from requiring treatment as a condition of receiving benefits from that charity.
Mm-hmm.
So whether it's housing, whether it's food, clothing, if you share the God, it doesn't matter what you provide to the person who's coming to your charity. You cannot mandate treatment or counseling as a condition of that service. So what you have is a whole nation now of a network of charities that have come under this sort of you imagine operating a shelter, right? Imagine operating a shelter, and you cannot require people to be sober as a condition of being in that shelter. And it's wildly unsustainable.
Who's funding all this?
So
Governments?
Yeah. So, I mean, USAID was part of it, and they're obviously out, but there are any number of government grants that come along with this. So there are strings.
For instance, if I Saturday, every Saturday, I live across the street from McPherson Square. So every Saturday, that's good. Every Saturday, they have this big thing where they feed, I guess, those in need of food. And it's a pretty good spread. I mean, they cook things. They have soup there, and they have meatloaf, and they have sandwiches. And then then the DC people come in and clean it up because, there's trash all over the place. Who's funding that?
So I'm going to go down a rabbit hole here. So private, citizens fund it, corporations fund it, governments fund it, especially when you're talking about food banks, soup kitchens. A lot of city resources typically go into those places. When you get down to the city level, they get into what is called harm reduction, which is actually not harm reduction. That's where you're talking about giving people, free needles and injection sites and Narcan and all of the and drugs and all of these things that perpetuate it. Now, a lot of how grants are awarded to these charities are based on a point system. And so folks who come in who are wanting to gain benefits are graded on a point system. So if you have an addiction, you get some points. If you have mental illness, you get some points. If you are homeless, you get some points. If you come from abused home, single home, you get points.
Yeah, but anybody can go there. I mean, the park is open. Like I could go there and take a meal.
Anybody can. And then the charities are taking that information, they're tracking that information, and they're using it to reapply for grants. So rather than you would think that a charity would want to put itself out of business, right? Like I want my soup kitchen line to get shorter every week until nobody is hungry.
They want to get longer.
The lines get longer, and the lines get longer so that they can get more money.
Sure. How do you stop that?
And some of these are running at 30% overhead or higher than that in terms of administrative costs.
Yeah, and I mean the salaries are high. I mean it's
from
tough.
the food.
No, I mean
over the cost of the food.
Yeah, overhead being what they pay their administrators, what they pay.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, and that's just kind of a and we could get all into like continuums of care and how all of these things are operated, but. Getting back to how people feel about it. So I pulled up some national polling that I did last year on this. And so, would you support or oppose increasing criminal penalties for drug trafficking around homeless charity facilities? So basically same thing like you see with schools, right? There's drug-free zones around schools. 63%, yes, of course, I support it. And then there was 18% who oppose. Why anybody would oppose that, I have no idea. Would you support giving law enforcement better technology to track transient sex offenders? So what we found out through a lot of our research at the Cicero Institute was that a disproportionate number of homeless individuals in any major city are registered sex offenders. And there's you can get into all of the reasons why that is. But the fact is that it is. And there is no way for law enforcement to track these people. And so they list addresses such as, I live at this intersection.
Right, but then they go anywhere.
Or then they can go anywhere. And so when law enforcement, gets a hit and they, need to go find the sex offenders in a location, they have no way of tracking these people. They have no way of knowing where they are. But it also further creates an incentive for sex offenders who are not homeless to register as homeless and to get those benefits.
Unbelievable.
So
the system is so corrupt.
Ladies, please do not approach homeless folks and give them money and things. I know your heart is in it, but it's not safe.
No, it's not.
It's not safe.
Remember that lady that was here about a month ago before you guys came on, Wilhelmina, the one I met in the park, the African American lady.
Her,
yeah, and she came on before you guys came on. She emailed me the other day and said she got robbed on the park bench at dusk. Just robbed.
I believe it.
Yeah, just took her purse, just some homeless guy. Wow. So sad. It's a sad state of affairs. But Yeah.
One other little footnote to your point, Maria, and to your point, Stephanie. When you go to MLK, this beautiful downtown library that is not so beautiful anymore, the homeless sleeping bags, people in homeless sleeping bags, they're like this. They're closer to each other than I am to Christina or Stephanie. And they line up like this, almost like, they're out for camping. Certainly they do that in the middle of the winter because the steam coming up from the street, they can be warm there. But in the summer, then they'll stay there until MLK opens, and then they can get into air conditioning and just stay there all day long.
In the free library.
And a $2 cup of coffee all day. But the stench, the potential disease that they carry, I mean, it is a real problem.
Absolutely.
So why don't we do anything about that?
And it's not humane, it's not compassionate.
No,
it's
people.
This is not a compassionate way to treat people who really need some help.
They need mental help, truly mental help.
So they go in the library, get a $2 cup of coffee, and hang out for
all day,
12 hours.
Yes,
all day,
and hang out.
all day until the library closes.
And you see this at
Then they go in the
major
sleeping
cities across
Everywhere.
the nation and airports. We were talking about Atlanta earlier. And Keisha Lance Bottoms, who wants to be the governor, she wants to burn Georgia like she burned Atlanta. And when she was mayor, there was sprawling homeless encampments inside of the Atlanta airport. Inside the airport.
All right, so let's wrap this segment. So we don't have a candidate. She's unopposed right now. You guys would think maybe there could be an independent candidate. I don't know what that would look like. It would have to be somebody of stature in the city.
Come on, John. What are you waiting for?
Would have to be somebody of stature in the city. Okay, you go get me 3,000 signatures.
I don't live here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get 25 signatures for ANC. Now you want to get me to 3,000. I don't think that's going to happen. Getting the signatures, you say it's easy? That's hard.
Well, it is hard work.
It's hard.
It is hard work, but in terms of the numbers, all right, look at the numbers. It's 3,000 by what date? By a month? A month from now?
Yes,
August.
it is very possible.
It is doable.
With a well-organized operation, with a
doable.
well-organized team, it is doable.
It is doable. It is
It's not easy, but it's doable.
Okay, so
it's doable.
So you get
Absolutely.
7% of the Republican vote. You get that, right? There's no Republican that would vote for East Louis George here. None.
I don't think so. No.
Half a percent.
No, and there are
so
plenty,
you get. Well, if you got how many Republicans here? 30,000.
close to 30,000.
So if you got 20,000 of them to register, that gives you, let's see, that gives you 10%. And then you get 20. You have to get 20% of the independent votes. That gets you 30%. Now you got a campaign.
Yes.
I mean, you got 35%. You're going to get trounced, but you're legit, right? If you're getting 10%, you're not legit, right?
Well,
back in the day, back in the 90s, we had a Republican named Carol Schwartz who was getting 42% against Marion Barry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So that's good. He was a good mayor.
That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, Barry would look.
Barry's
I know the
a pair of
drugs,
people. Yeah, a lot
the
of
drugs,
people
and
did
this
love
that.
him. People did like.
But he was a good mayor. When you look at his record, I mean, he was pro-business. He was basically, helped the developers. A lot of people liked him.
Well, he did bankrupt the city.
There's that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's that.
Budgeting was.
I mean,
not
everything
his
is
strong suit.
relative
loved
to
him.
what
Look,
you.
he was smart. He was a political genius.
Yeah, he was
People
smart.
loved him.
He
But
gave
he did
away
bankrupt
a lot
the
of
city.
turkeys at Thanksgiving time.
Yes.
To his constituents.
And he played
So we need a
So,
mayoral
yes.
candidate. Like
So-
you got to
so
get
they-
right somebody
so
from
they-
the business
they-
community.
They loved him. Yes. Yeah.
It'll come.
DC politics
It'll
is
come.
complicated.
Yeah.
A little
But
bit.
it's not impossible. It's not beyond the pale. And thank goodness President Trump is pushing back against, cuckoo Janice. And we need more of our citizens
Well,
to
the other
push
thing
back
is,
against
Mara,
this.
the chairman, can just put somebody in on there as a Republican, right? Doesn't he have the power to do that?
Yes, well,
Appoint somebody, so he could just say, "All right, Terry Gilberg, you want to run for mayor on the Republican ticket?" He can make you the Republican mayoral candidate whenever you want.
Like right now.
Yeah.
It'll be me and you.
It's not gonna be me.
In the future.
co-mayors.
I'm running
And
for.
look, maybe we will, but there's a difference between having a name on a ballot versus having a
that's true.
candidate who truly
Of
has the
course.
fire in the belly,
Of course,
right?
of
Who's
course.
going
And runs
to
a
do the
campaign.
work.
Absolutely.
Who
Absolutely.
who's willing to do what it takes to actually mount a real political fight.
Yeah, you'd have to raise money.
Well, you have to raise money. You have to have name recognition. You have to have people. You have to reach out to communities all across the city, which is a tremendous amount of work. Now, it's not impossible, but it is a tremendous amount of work. Speaking as someone who ran for city council and also supported many citywide candidates in the past, it's a lot of work. You stand at the subway stations, you knock on doors, you talk to people one-on-one, but we build the city of God one brick at a time, one soul at a time. So it's not impossible.
My position here is you're not going to win, right? Whoever it is not going to win.
Never say never.
You're not going to win. You're not going to win.
No.
In this cycle.
Janice would have to debate this person. So here's the key. So Janice is participating in this fair elections racket, which we've passed the $10 million mark of taxpayer dollars being spent on this kind of government taxpayer dollar matching for the Democrats' campaigns. So she's part of this program, which means that she's legally required to participate in a debate. So any candidate that we have, she would have to debate them. So that's a real chance to fight and to push back and to bring the fight.
And to get the message out.
I would run just a debater. That's it.
Go for it.
And it's going to happen. John, it's going to happen. You're building momentum right now.
It's not going to happen.
Oh, why do you say that? Why
because
do you say
I got other things.
Never
I'm
say
doing
never.
in life.
Never
I'm
say
not
never.
gonna do that. It's like,
Got to go to the track.
yeah, I mean, at 3,000 signatures, forget it.
What's going to happen first is her debate in the media between herself and President Trump.
There is no debate.
Bring
Look,
that. I want to
the
see
media will suck up to her like crazy. There's no media here except us. The only people pushing back is us. This is it. What you're seeing here is the Washington, D.C. media pushing back. Everybody else is sucking up to her and thinks she's the greatest thing on earth. Paul Schwartzman, Washington Post, all of them are sucking up to her. If you look at Washington, D.C. media, what is it? Right? What is it?
Well, President Trump will make the media. He will get his gloves on first, and he will talk about her a lot, and then she's going to have to defend it. One of the things she's going to have to defend right off the block are the sanctuary cities. She is pro-sanctuary city.
That's a good point.
And that just gets his dander.
I mean, I tell you what.
Especially with all the work on immigration.
Now that what you say that, he made the statement, right? And then the media went to her campaign, and they all had to defend her.
That's right.
Against Trump.
That's exactly right.
And some of the things she said was kind of stupid.
Kinda.
Of course.
Yeah. So on that point, you're right.
And the Washington media, we have the Washington Times. They are our friends. We should be working.
We have the Washington Examiner
and the Examiner,
Free Beacon,
but they don't necessarily cover DC. So you would have to get all those people to cover DC politics. Examiner doesn't. Times really doesn't.
The Times, they do and they don't. Yes, but
But you could do it.
But you could do it. You make friends with them. I ran an ad when I was running for city council. They're happy to talk to you. Of course, this was during COVID, and we were having all these virtual events instead of in-person events. Now people can have in-person events. You can go and meet with people. You can meet with voters. You can attend the Palisades Citizens Association parade on the 4th of July and spread the word that there are other ideas in town, except for, that are contrary to the corrupt one-party system that we've enjoyed for half a century. So you got to start somewhere and, start telling people that there are other ideas and there are better ways to run things. And are they not ashamed of the fact that our beautiful libraries are the equivalent of town dumps and discourage people from going in there and using these services?
Trump's beautification projects are really taking notice across the United States.
Absolutely.
And one of the things that she says that I often listen to is she says, I want it safe. I want it affordable, but she doesn't address the beautification.
That too.
Have you noticed that?
Yes.
She doesn't really address that. So if he hits hard and makes news on that, how is she going to defend it against that? What is she going to say about that? That she hates all of the fountains, 29 fountains that are working now?
Yes, because communism and Marxism and sort of this ideological vibe hates beauty. If you look at every time Marxists and communists have come to power, they've destroyed beauty.
Well, how will she defend that position? I want to defend decline. How is she going to do that?
Well, they just send their folks down to the reflecting pool and cut a 150-foot gash in it.
Yeah,
So she's going to have a tough time
Yeah.
because, as you said last week, John, Trump is very, very happy and very self-satisfied, proud of what he has done and pushed for. Not just him, but Department of Interior,
If you had a legitimate
National Park Service.
if you had a legitimate candidate for mayor right now, and you went to him, he would do everything. He would raise you a ton of money.
Oh,
because the pushback
even
needs
to
to be
just
federal
have
and
the
local.
debate.
Yep.
That's
Because
a
we're
very
we're
just have
starting
the
the
debate.
pushback locally right now.
Because there's no,
And we need
there's
to
no-
really build a pushback locally in addition to the federal side of it.
Yeah,
And that's what we're building right now.
And it's not just the beauty aspect of it. Of course, the socialists and the communists will mask it in terms of they care for the people and they want to take care of the, the oppressed and the underserved. And what we're seeing in Ward 3 is that under the current city council and mayor, we've had an influx of Section 8 people pushed into apartment buildings in the Connecticut Avenue, Wisconsin Avenue, Massachusetts Avenue corridors, and the local listservs are full of horror stories about how the buildings are mismanaged, they're being trashed, the police are there all the time, you have violence, you have domestic disputes, you have murders. This is what happens when you bring these people in, and again, they are not assimilating to the standards of the neighborhood. They're bringing things down for the people who live there and who have lived there for a long time in relatively peaceful circumstances. But this is what's going on. It's always under the guise of good intentions and care for the disadvantaged.
And it's a guise.
It's just a cover up. Yeah. And what you end up is you end up with trashed apartment buildings. You end up with our libraries, looking unattractive from the outside, and then having stinky people inside all day.
Waste in the Potomac.
But look, we should
Yes.
have beautiful
Lest we
libraries,
forget.
beautiful schools in all 8 wards of this city. We should be a shining city on the hill. We should
no
have
question.
beautiful facilities in all 8 wards, not just the nice parts of
You know,
town.
if Canada emerged, they could probably raise money nationally,
Yeah.
right? You could,
Of
you could,
course.
because
That's
if
what
you
your
look
ward
at,
share campaign demonstrated.
Big
People,
time.
every American has a stake in our nation's capital.
yeah, I mean, we raised the donors that we had for a Ward 2 chairman campaign that people all over the country donating to my campaign didn't even know where the second ward was, didn't care. All they knew is we need to stand up to them. And so that's how we got all that backing. So you could, if you look at, what was his name? Pratt in LA. Pratt in LA raised $3.7 million, right? That was not LA money. No. That was not California money. That was basically national money, and people just donating to him because LA's such a clown show.
Well, because our cities matter, right? Because
You
the
could,
ideas
a
that
good
start in
candidate here
cities
should be able to
eventually
raise
spread throughout the country.
$5 million. If you raise $5 million here, outside of the fraud campaign finance system that they have, I mean, that's a legitimate campaign, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. It can be done.
You
As
do
Maria
right.
said, it can be done.
It can be
and it
done.
should be done, as you said.
Yeah.
Shining city on the hill.
What did Louis George spend in her primary?
Close to 4. Well, she has $4 million in the bank with the taxpayer money. And I think she spent the bulk of it on the primary.
Now, can they transfer that money over to the general?
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But once you have tapped your donors out, you got nowhere to go.
Yeah, I mean, she'll have to raise more money if she wants, if she has a real fight for the general.
Yeah. Right now, she doesn't. There's nobody on the ballot.
Well, and I think something to consider is this week's Supreme Court decision and Citizens
You have to
United.
speak up.
And sorry, so something else to consider is this week's Supreme Court decision and Citizens United, and basically the gutting of McCain-Feingold, which eliminates the consent decrees on the party that was limiting them in what they could spend in regards to campaigns and what corporations can now spend in campaigns, and so. There's a whole, the research is coming out on how we're going to navigate that. But basically, what you have now is an economy where conservative business owners are going to be able to pour money into PACs to be able to support conservative candidates that serve their interests. And I can think of no other place than in big cities where that serves corporate interest and to build jobs and wealth for Americans.
So put that ruling into layman's terms.
So basically,
put it in layman's terms. Somebody's running for mayor in Washington, D.C.
Right.
How does that affect them?
So
as a Republican, how does that affect?
So McCain-Feingold basically shackled what you could give to a campaign and how the party could spend that money. And then there were also consent decrees that the party had entered into, various different legal agreements, because the Democrats had sued the Republican Party. And rather than fight, the Republican Party just said, okay, we'll just sign an agreement and say we won't spend so much money, and basically handed elections to the Democrats. Yeah. So what the Supreme Court ruling does is allow the party to now spend as much money as they need to get candidates elected. It's
the
a
party,
huge,
not in the individual,
right? The
limits still
right, the party. So, but it lifts all of those limits. So now that they can actually engage and invest in these campaigns, up and down the ticket. So,
right. So the Republican Party can say, okay, we're going to infuse $10 million into the Collins campaign in Maine.
Sure. Yeah.
Where they couldn't do that in the past.
Sure.
Okay, so that's okay. So that makes sense. And the Democrat Party is bankrupt. They have no money, as I understand it. The DNC, or the Democratic Communist Party, whatever you want to call them, the apparatus is underwater, right? They don't have any money.
Are they underwater completely? Do you know?
They're
The
not
DNC.
doing well. They were in the red last I checked.
Yeah,
They're not.
actually in the red.
We have a
Are they?
substantial advantage if you compare RNC versus DNC.
So it's the candidate
Cash on
that's
hand.
necessary. You've got to find the
They
candidate,
got to find
the Pratt candidate for DC.
Yeah, and you see what happened to him. They stole the election from him.
Yeah, but look at how far he got.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
look
those
how far he got.
videos were classic.
But we can do this here in DC, and we can
So
do
good.
this in all of our cities, and we have to fight for our cities.
Those were so
Especially
fun.
this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Especially
let's
this
get
one.
to. So look, I don't think there's going to be a candidate. If there is, we'll see what happens. There's a lot of different options. Maybe an independent candidate, maybe a Republican emerges. But right now, she's got a free pass. No debates. Nothing. It's a free pass. So we'll have to see what happens. Okay.
What can happen?
Talking about beautification. President Trump, avid golfer, as you know, one of the iconic golf courses in America, right down by the Navy Yard. The president's going to refurbish that. Now, who on earth could be opposed to that? Like, who could not want that to happen? Terry.
Many people say, and golfers or duffers, or even scratch golfers that want to practice every single day, like my husband. Now, he's not opposed to this. And Mark, we're talking about the East Potomac Golf Course, and they're going to break ground for this new facelift September 1st. Many people argue, why are you doing this? Because it's just going to make the fees go way up. Where does the average person practice? You want to get good at golf, you got to practice. You got to practice every day, just like any other sport. So where are the little people supposed to go? Well, there is something to that. And thanks to your effort, John, I want to point this out. John, if I've got this story right, you went to President Trump a while back and you whispered in his ear and you said there is a golf course around DC and it's called Langston. It's a historic golf course. And Mr. Trump, please don't break ground over there. Just keep it as is, because it's for the public. Do I have that right? You talked to him? It's for the public. It's a way that everybody can go out for minimal fees. I think sometimes to get on, it's like $30 or something, as opposed to paying for a country club and the rounds are $200-300. I'm for.
Well, I don't disclose any private conversations I've had. So, but you can go from there.
Okay. All right. So you may or may not have whispered in his ear. Is that the
I don't
point?
disclose any
Okay.
private conversations.
Nevertheless, it's my understanding that golf course over at Langston is going to stay as is. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing for kids. That's a good thing for families. That's a good thing for people who want to practice every single day. I don't want to practice every single day, but I like to go out and swing and see what I'm doing. As for the East Potomac, he's got Tom Fazio, who is a course architect. He has designed courses for, I don't know, 200 courses. He's very, very famous architect. And President Trump is trying to get it up to a speed to be able to host the US Open, the Ryder Cup, and PGA championships. That should be good. That's good for the city.
With the Washington Monument in the background and just that beautiful setting, that iconic America's backyard or America's front yard, whatever we're supposed to call them all, that would be really cool.
I mean, we should have a golf course at that level.
We should.
In Washington, D.C.
And it takes time
saving Langston is part of that plan for what you said, because you can't spend that kind of money. Obviously, the fees are going to be higher. That has to happen. But you got to save Langston, because there's got to be a golf course in the city for everyday working people to be able to access, and it's got to be decent and good. And Langston is an iconic landmark golf course in Washington, D.C. It's historic, and the majority of members there that golf there are people in a lower economic class that don't have the money to pay the grounds fees and the carts and all that. A lot of them just walk with the wheelie thing, so they don't have to pay for the cart. But that's an essential component of DC's makeup, to be able to have that accessibility for people that are not in the upper VIP class, so to speak, in order to play golf.
And not only that, as more average folks,
That's a good
or upscale, middle class, upscale average folks go over to Langston. Langston's going to start looking even better, but the fees will remain as they are. $25, $30. I think on the weekends it's $40, I think. If you got, 3 or 4 hours and you want to go over there on a Monday afternoon, I think it's $25.
Yeah.
Well, and it's also right by by RFK Stadium.
Yes.
So that part of town is going to really explode. And there's some cool historic stuff there. There's the Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens. There's the National Arboretum. There's a lot of cool stuff in Northeast DC, guys. If you come visit, come check out Northeast.
Well, that stadium is really
Maria and Terry live in the nice neighborhoods. I live in Northeast.
Northeast is
You live in a nice neighborhood.
I do. I love it. I live near Catholic University. I love it.
Yeah,
and Northeast is beautiful. And people don't know it, but it's beautiful.
It's a great college, by the way.
It is.
Catholic.
Well, and that's a beautiful neighborhood. You're absolutely right. You've got the university there. You've got Parkland. You've got the monastery. Of course, the shrine, which is a pilgrimage site for people from all over the world. So there are a lot of beautiful places all over town. We have wonderful parks. So come visit. Come see our beautiful parks.
Plus, we have the best metro rail system in America, bar none.
Yes, we do.
The metro system, bar none. Once you get the hang of it, and now it's completely safe. And not
when
only
you guys come to DC, get off the beaten track and come see the cool stuff that we have.
Yeah, you got to come. Just don't go to the mall and go. Just take the metro. Just get a map, and there's so many cool things to do. And as far as riding the metro, 100% safe. Got the National Guard there. There's zero crime now. But the other thing, and Terry pointed this out, not only is it safe, but they spent an enormous amount of effort cleaning it. I mean, it's spotless. You could basically eat a sandwich off the floor there. It's so clean. I don't know how they got it that way.
All the time.
They're always mopping it.
And what really caught me was the bling. You go down on the escalator. Let's say you're going down, and you look at the steel around, and you can almost see your reflection, like somebody took a Windex up and down the escalators. That really popped.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
And the other thing that's happened since I've been here 18 months. So before, when Biden was here and now in the metro, which I told the story 100 times, I wouldn't let Ann get on it, let alone at night without me. Now she takes it everywhere, even at night, no problem. But the difference is the people are nicer in the metro, just standing there. Like when I first got here, when I was here in 2017, you go into metro, people are just nasty. I mean, there's just a lot of nasty people, and they're pushing and shoving, and it's just nasty. You don't even see that now. It's the same people, but because here's a difference psychologically.
Yes.
Because it's clean and safe, people behave differently, and there's nobody jumping the turnstile. I have never seen a turnstile jumper since Trump's been here. Not one.
Well, they changed the turnstile. effect and the look of it, so that to jump over it, you'd really have to go like this.
And
you have to be an athlete.
I did see
You'd have to be an athlete.
Circle 2 weeks ago. Now they were young, so they had bones of jello, and they should have been on the track field over at the high school. But these were young, teenagers, and they jumped it. It was like, I think it was a thing for them. Okay.
But if the National Guard was there, they would have thought twice.
Yes, because the National Guard is all over a lot of
But have you seen
downtown.
a difference in the people? Just the same people, but they're nicer.
Well, Metro has its standards. Metro does not allow eating and drinking on the subway or in buses. Technically, you're not supposed to do that, again, to keep down vermin and to keep down litter and so forth. So Metro does make a real effort to keep those facilities very, very clean. And you're right. When you're in a clean, beautiful space, you tend to act better.
Yeah, beauty
more
changes
polite.
our mindset. We've known this since the days of the ancient philosophers, right? Beauty changes our mindset, which is why this beautification initiative is so important, and it should be in all 8 wards. It should be, and it should be citywide. We should have a beautiful city everywhere in our city.
And we'll get there.
Yes.
And it's happening.
And we will.
And it's
and
happening.
We're
And when
working
you
on
build
it.
that, they will come.
Yes.
And they're coming for the 250th. It will be tremendous. Already I've seen DC electrified.
Now, the other thing
It's
is,
so great to see.
if you're flying here and you go into Dulles in Northern Virginia, right? You can go right to the Metro. The Dulles thing is like you can get right to the National Mall. You can get off at Farragut. No, you take the Silver Line. You get off at McPherson or Farragut West, and it's like a 40 minute ride. But it's right there. You just go right up the escalator. Boom, you're there. You can take your bags. I mean, it's so easy. You take the train in. We haven't even talked about Union Station, which now is beautiful. It was so disgusting. You can take the Metro from there anywhere, from Reagan. So look, come visit our city.
We're accessible. DC is clean and accessible.
Clean and accessible
Now,
and safe.
If you're in a blue state and there's no representation on the mall from those, 11 states or 9 states that decided that they weren't going to even have any representation. So silly, so bad, but come anyway.
The funniest one is Massachusetts wouldn't come. So somebody put up a Massachusetts booth. I don't know where they got it. And a volunteer, Turning Point USA, is volunteering. They're handing out pamphlets on the Minutemen or something. I mean, it's just,
take advantage of
it's just people love their country, and let's not be taken in by these communists that absolutely hate us. I mean, I don't even know, why, Janice George, why are you running when you just hate everything? It's just hate. I mean, there's got to be, where's the love, right?
That's all they got. That's the card they're playing.
We will win. Normalcy will win. America will win.
And beauty will
I am
win.
bullish on this country.
Yeah. Me too.
And Washington, D.C., and the Republican Party of Washington, D.C.
And thank you, John, for providing a forum for conservative voices and for another opinion in the local media space. Thank you.
This is gaining traction.
Well, this is the show now in D.C. D.C. Dispatch is the show. Thank you, Stephanie, for honoring us with your presence here at D.C.
Always
Dispatch.
love being here. Always.
Fantastic. And don't forget, you can follow us. Follow me on social media at JF Radio Show. You can go to dcdispatchnow.com. Everything is up there, dcdispatchnow.com, and it's all there. I got another column coming out today on the axis of deceit. Barrett Roberts. Unbelievable. On another topic, on another day. Happy July 4th, everybody. Best of on the John Fredericks Show tomorrow. I am taking off. I know your heart is going to break. No Godzilla wins on Saturday. We're taking that off. So we'll have alternative programming there. I'll be back on Monday. Godzilla wins will be back on next Saturday. Go USA. Let's win another knockout round. And finally, you can follow all my picks. Won, I think, 2 out of 3 last night. I'm on a roll. Go to GodzillaWins.com. GodzillaWins.com. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER for entertainment purposes only. We will see you on Monday, bright and early, 6 a.m. Thanks for joining us today on DC.